iRacing. Every time you hit the track, every millisecond matters. Trust, confidence, speed. Built for every corner, every track. Built for you. Rdoks, only quality setups.
So, the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship presented by Rdoks hits its third round, meaning the halfway point will be reached after this 4-hour encounter. As we head to France, the Circuit Nevers Magny-Cours. Hello everybody, welcome along to what should be an interesting multi-class race over the next 4 and a bit hours. As you join myself, Alex Goldschmidt, I'll be joined in the booth today by Joe Black with our production director Christian Deploy, and he'll be using cameras by Dougie Beard. Well, of course, the Circuit Nevers de Magny-Cours has a lot of history behind it, but to get a bit more of an insight, let's have a look through our GSRC track guide.
Welcome to Circuit de Nevers Magny-Cours. Located about 3 hours south of Paris, the track is most famous for its nearly 2 decades of hosting the French Grand Prix. But it has seen a variety of open-wheel series, sports cars, and motorcycles compete during its history. With about 4.5 kilometers in length, or just under 3 miles, its 17 turns wind back and forth between a series of hairpins and chicanes. Notably, a few of the turns are modeled after famous corners from other tracks. Esterol's long, sweeping opening to the lap provides a serious challenge to kick things off. Then, the flat-out run up to Adelaide tests your precision with braking by smacking you in the face with the slowest corner on the track. Later, the Nürburgring and Imola chicanes do little to slow the car, but forces you to thread the needle on your way towards 2 other tight hairpins. But there are other notable turns that are unique to the circuit. The Grand Courbe is the first you must tackle and is a swift double apexer that blends directly into Esterol. This means that any attempts at an overtake there are going to require some serious bravery. Chateau d'Eau will test your throttle control as the radius opens up and needs a good exit to make sure you aren't vulnerable on the run down to Ligier. The reputation of this track tells you to expect overtakes to be difficult, but a little aggression and some good braking should give you opportunities. All in all, after more than 60 years, French race fans have embraced this staple of motorsport in the country.
Well, Joe, it is going to be a big test around this particular circuit, measuring just 2 3/4 miles, 17 turns, 8 to the left, 9 to the right. A bit of a pincer kind of movement if you look at it very closely. But all 4 classes will respectively today here at Magny-Cours have a big challenge over the next 4 hours when we go racing.
They certainly do. Magny-Cours is one of the most unique circuits in the layout, as you mentioned, and well, it's going to be a very good race to see. Indeed, a huge grid for this race. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be a great spectacle, as you say. 17 turns, 2.74 miles, which is 4.41 kilometers. It's a circuit that has been open for 65 years now, and it's had a whole host of historic moments. And yeah, it'll be great to see more added to the list here today.
Indeed. Well, with that being said, let's take you through the up-to-date standings as we first of all head to LMP2, and it's Solpec Precision Racing leading on 154 points ahead of Havu LMP2. WSR Esports, who took the season opener back at Portimao earlier on, they round out the top three, level on points with XBD Racing LMP2 MX. Leipert Esports, Jens Brothers Competitions, Hyperion Racing, Nürburgring Esports, Kesselchen, Fury Simsport number 30, and German SimRacing.de round out your top 10 in the LMP2 class, covered by 65 points. Joe, how are things looking in the LMP2 classification?
It's certainly looking like it's Team Heisinckvelt's game, pretty much. 29 points ahead in the number 148 SC Corsa in second place, and what's the other Team Heisinckvelt in third spot. They are another 30 odd points back. They are 61 points off of their leader and their sister team. Echelon Simsport LMP3 SRR find themselves in fourth, just 6 points ahead of Havu LMP3. Rdoks Setup Shop 164 and 162 are in 6th and 7th. Rusty Spatulas LMP3, Bonkersaws and Effect Simulations round out the top 10 in the LMP3 class.
Then we head to our penultimate category, GT3 Pro, and Team Heisinckvelt 248 lead on 159 points. Head of German Sim Racing Red, 22 points is their current championship lead heading into this halfway point of the season. Nürburgring Esports Klostertal round out the top three ahead of Hyperion Racing GT3 Pro SRR. GT Dynamics round out your top five in GT3 Pro, covered by 49 points, just 1 point ahead of Maniti Racing Black with XBD Racing GT3 MX P7. Enosis Esports rounding out the top 8, Fast Repair Motorsport GT3 number 202, and Voracious rounding out the top 10, again covered by 65 points. And then last but by certainly no means least, Joe, we head to GT3 AM.
Certainly do, and well, this is the tightest up at the top of all. Finnish Endurance Academy White have 171 points, and they're just 15 ahead of the Maniti Racing Purple Car. Jens Brothers Competition find themselves in third place, just 1 point ahead of BP Racing 2, and only 5 points ahead of the other Jens Brothers Competition car. Echelon Simsport GT3 AM find themselves in 6th place, with the other Maniti Racing White in 7th, and then M&J, Downforce for Dash, and Muradness M Squad are the other two in the top 9, and they are joint on points at the end of the GT3 AM standings.
So with the Circuit Nivel de Magny-Cours hosting the third round, there's still 3 more rounds to go after this one. Misano, Jerez and Spa-Francorchamps. Round 3 of 6, 2 to 4 drivers per team. 4 hours of racing. We'll have LMP2, LMP3, GT3, open setups, and then we come on to the big talking point, the custom balance of performance. And we've received information from the organisers about the new updated balance of performance. With the Dallara P217, LMP2 cars will remain with 100% fuel limit and 0 ballast. The Ligier JSP320 in the LMP3 class will be at 75% fuel capped, 0 ballast, 0 power reduction. And then GT3s, well, all bar the Ford Mustang will be on 99% fuel limit. The Ford will get an extra 1%, but then there's respective ballast. The Acura and the McLaren will have 0 ballast. The BMW M4 and the Porsche 992 GT3R will have 3 kilos, 5 for the Ferrari 296, and then the Aston Martin, the Corvette Z06 GT3R, Mustang GT3, Huracan GT3 will be on 13 kilos of ballast. Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo will have 8 kilos of ballast and will be the only car affected by a power reduction of 1% of its total horsepower. And balance of performance, Joe, be it in sim racing or real life, is always a bit of a sore point when the teams find out how their cars are going to be affected.
Certainly is. It feels like everyone feels as though they're not quick enough to have the ballast that they have. And so it's one of those things that you just sort of have to contend with as a team. You have to sort of put up with. Of course, they're not going to be happy about it unless they're the one with the best ballast. Everybody else, I think, that will be slightly miffed about it. But we will get the opportunity to see how the ballast affects these drivers as we are now on to round number 3 of this season. Of course, the 8-round season that we're going to have. So it's still in its relatively early stages. And it feel as though it's still pretty much all to play for.
Yes, indeed. And we've got Boris Ovando on board in the number 62 Solpec Precision Racing machine. Of course, all of the LMP2 cars will be the Dallara P217. As XPD Racing LMP2 goes fastest in the warm-up session, which has about 2 minutes to run. But one of the other things you can see is the undulation of the circuit here at Magny-Cours, of course, a previous holder of the Formula 1 French Grand Prix. So one of the big things that we're going to see here, Joe, of course, multi-class racing with GT3s, LMP2s and LMP3s. Well, as we can see now, the wipers going on Ovando's front of the LMP2 for Solpec, and you can see big curbs over the last chicane. Closing racer speeds are going to be a talking point, and also the fact of battles for position will be decided through strategy calls, and also the fact of backmarker traffic coming into play.
Yeah, certainly so. It's not the longest circuit, it's just a touch over 2 miles, so it's still, it's still plenty of opportunities to come across other cars, especially when you've got 4 hours of racing around this circuit. And you can see already that pace difference between the LMPs and the GT3s as it's just trying to make their way through. They're getting their practice in on getting through on the GT3s at the moment, and it's just setting themselves up for what will be a stretch of a race. Of course, 4 hours around this circuit is going to be very good fun, I think, for the drivers and, well, for us alike and the viewers as well. But it's certainly going to be throwing a few things into the mix. The undulation is a point I want to touch on as well, where sometimes you have undulation that's going to throw off the progress and throw off the momentum of some of these cars. And when you're trying to get through on lap traffic, that can make it a little bit difficult. And when you're on the inside line, the other car sort of rolls down to the inside line with you. It can become just that little bit more difficult to contend with the fighting. I don't know whether I'd rather be on a shorter circuit or a longer circuit as far as endurance racing goes, but Magny-Cours is certainly one of the shortest of the lot.
Indeed, we're just coming to the end of the warm-up session here for round 3 of the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship presented by Rdoks. Big thank you to Rdoks for their support as always, and a big thank you to everyone tuning in live and direct in wonderful, glorious sound and vision here on the Global Sim Racing channel. And stick with us because you're going to need to get your popcorn ready, get your beverage of choice. Here is the starting grid. So it's Jens Brothers Competition and Fury Sim Sport that will line up in LMP2 on the front row, XPD Racing LMP2 MX and Solpec Precision Racing. Round out row 2, Absolute Motorsport Acelith and Nürburgring Esports row 3. BP Racing and Fast Repair Motorsport ran out row 4 and completing the top 10 in the LMP2 class, Hyperion Racing and Havu in the number 25. So LMP3, Joe, take us through the starting grid for that one, please.
Yeah, it'll be Bonkasaurs on the pole position there. Team Heisinckveld alongside them in the number 149. Havu in 3rd and SC Corsa in 4th place. TSR Racing will line up in 5th with Echelon Simsport LMP3 alongside them on the 3rd row of the grid. 4th row of the grid is the 2nd Team Heisinckveld, the 148, and the 1st Rdoks setup shop, the 164, and then Effect Simulations and the 162 Rdoks round out the top 10. And then Rusty Spatulas is the 11th driver, the only one on this second part of this graphic in the LMP3 class. But over to the GT3s.
So we turn our attention first of all to GT3 row. Fast Repair Motorsport 202 starts from pole position ahead of the 287 of Nürburgring Esports. Fast Repair Motorsport number 204 will be joined by Manisi Racing Black in the 278 on row 2, Inosis Esports and Solpec Precision Racing round out row 3 with German SimRacing Red and 100 Force in the 277 rounding out the top 4 rows. Frick Sim Racing and GT Dynamics in the 207 and the 203 round out the top 10. And then for the second page, there's a lot of GT3s on the grid here today at Magny-Cours, folks. Stint 1 Motorsport SSC will be joined on row 6 by the 244 of Hyperion Racing. Ligier's Vive Sports Red in the number 6 will be joined on row 7 by Fury Simsport in the 231. And Team Heusingfeld in the 248, the current series leaders, joined by Negative Delta by SimGear.it, round out the GT3 Pros. And now we head to GT3 AMs, Joe.
We certainly do, and it's the Enns Brothers competition, the 3-2-1 on pole there alongside the Maniti Racing White, the Finnish Endurance Academy in third alongside the other Enns Brothers competition, the 394. M&J Downforce for Dash and the Maniti Racing Purple in 5th and 6th, and Maradnas M Squad and BP Racing 2 will round out the GT3 AM field and the entire field as a whole, as well, we're just getting the final preparations ready for this dash around Magny-Cours. I call it a dash. It's more of an, of course, it's an endurance race. It's 4 hours that they'll be taking to it, but I believe the start's going to be a bit of a dash. If they're all squabbling over position, they'll all want to be right up the front as the pace car starts to set off.
Also, just had a look at the race control decisions sheet, and the 187 of SD Corsa in the LMP3 class, Dario Frattini in qualifying found to have done an unsafe rejoin, which means that the team has a 60-second penalty. So the car around driver thought, well, he had a warning and then a 60-second penalty straight afterwards. So qualifying infringement and then an unsafe rejoin means that the 187 has copped it big time here ahead of the start. So there's going to be an even gap between LMP2s, LMP3s, and then we'll let the GT3s roar into life. So more to the point, it is going to be the case of how will things stand. In LMP2, it's one win apiece for WSR Esports number 23 and XBD Racing number 33. Team Heusingfeld 148 has won both LMP3 rounds so far. German SimRacing Red and Team Heusingfeld number 248 lead the way in the GT3 Pros as we are getting set and ready for 4 hours of racing here at Magny-Cours in France, and we're green, and a bit of a slow start there by the Fury Simsport car as our pole sitter leads the field into the opening corner as they will head into Grand Courbe and then into Estoril at turn 3. LMP3s have now started to get going, so this is going to be, you're going to have to wait and brace yourselves, folks, because now look at that amount of GT3 machinery, several thousands amounts of horsepower, and straight away they get going. And it's a Mustang and a Lambo sandwich at the moment. It's a bit wet out there as well, so there was a 65% chance of rain, and that rain has definitely implemented itself onto the circuit here at Magny-Cours. But the two Lamborghinis starting to lead the way, and that is the pair of fast repair motorsport cars. Nürburgring Esports round out the top 3 in the GT3 Pro classification. Callum Lux behind the wheel of the 321. The Jens Brother competition Aston Martin. Oh, bit of a dive up the inside. That would have been by one of the Solpec cars. But Stephen McDonald in the 262 Aston Martin. But you've got to get this nice balance around this circuit here. There's a lot of straight line speed, but also a lot of hard braking zones as well, Joe, at the same time.
Certainly is, and you have to factor in the lap traffic as well, which of course isn't coming yet as we've just gotten underway, as that's going to be Francesco Petelan down the inside, bit of bumping, but rubbing his racing, especially on lap 1 of a 4-hour race. But you feel as though they need to be a little bit more patient, and that's wide from the car in front, and that's going to be Petelan dropping it down a couple of positions. So went for a move for 5th, ended up down in 8th place, and not a good move, and that's Floyd Kerr off of the circuit, very, very wide from the Hyperion number 4, and that's really cost him time. So mistakes breeding mistakes, I think, in this LMP2 field, and that's going to be them almost swallowed up by the LMP3s, which are starting to come into fruition right up here. Bonkosaurs continued to lead that one from the pole position, and looking further down it, that's the Havu 25 trying to look around the outside, but cannot quite get the traction down in order to make the move. And we ride on board here with Ossi Pelota as we head down towards the next corner. Or Peltoya, apologies for that one. As well, they just, in these early skirmishes, you don't want to be too aggressive. You do just want to get used to the circuit and get used to these conditions, especially when it's kind of an unknown with how wet it is, how wet it isn't. They're just trying to sort of work it out as they go along.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, when you're on cold tyres, cold brakes, and then it's an Indianapolis-style start, you know that you're going to be having to try and grit your teeth a little bit and go for it if you need to. But Asumanyimi for BP Racing in 6th position, trying to close in on the car in front, looks for a possible move. Well, it looks like the car behind him is trying to close on in, so the number 91 holding on to 6th position at the moment as the number 62 Solpec Precision Racing LMP2 car takes the overall fastest lap of the race. And it's about a second between the top. Oh, so we've got a yellow out. So that is a safety car within the first 5 minutes of this race. So it can depend on how quickly. And now this is probably going to be the reason. This was the car that we saw rolling very, very badly just a few moments ago. And this could be the reason why the safety car was out. And that's the 100 Force 277 Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo, piloted by Dan Griffin. So we have got safety car conditions, and Dario Frattini is serving that 60-second penalty. Oh, right. There's an Acura in the pit lane. So with a very, very disheveled front bumper, I'm afraid to say. But again, it just... Well, I'm going to say this because I know it normally happens. We know it normally does, Joe. Safety cars do breed safety cars.
They certainly do, and well, let's hope that that's not going to be the way that this race goes here at Magny-Cours. You could say it's par for the core, but let's just hope that we're going to be able to avoid that one. As well, the safety car procedure is going to be, once the wave-by process is finished, the pit lane will be open for 1 lap only. So the drivers will get one opportunity to dive into the pit lane, and I don't know whether they'll already be thinking about it. I wouldn't imagine they would at the start of this, but it's just a reminder for later on when potentially we may well be getting those safety cars that could be more decisive. At this point, it's just sort of a sticking point. It's an opportunity for them to try and work out what's going on while they catch up to the leaders of the field, and they can gauge the conditions from where they are, because now they're not just watching it, now they are actually in it, and they're actually in race conditions, so they know exactly what it's looking like. And Eric, it's looking like the Bunkerstores number 180 is really struggling with potentially a bit of damage here in the lead of the LMP3.
That's the left rear. That is not going well for Eric Horse in the 180. So that's an emergency pit stop. He's going to have to serve as the klaxon sounds. And yeah, the Estonian has to bring the car into pit lane. Marco Moreno for Fast Repair Motorsport leads the way in GT3 Pro ahead of the sister 204 car. Nürburgring Esports rounds out your top 3 in the GT3 Pros, whereas we've got Jens Brothers Competition 321 leading the Yams ahead of Maniti Racing White in the 379, and the other Jens Brothers Competition 394. So the 2 Aston Martins, which are sandwiching the Maniti Racing White Ferrari 296 in 2nd position, but I am seeing that there are some infringement investigations for the start procedure by a multitude of cars in which does include the GT3 Pro Class leaders, also a couple of cars from LMP3 and also GT3 AM. So we are waiting to see what might transpire. We'll update you as and when we know, but this is going to bunch up the field. Once again, Martin Schmidt for Team Heusingfeld in the 149 Ligier JSP LMP320. And of course, not as quick as its Dallara P217 LMP2 counterpart, but still a very, very tricky machine to tackle around this circuit, as we are still under safety car conditions. And it is going to be the case, as you rightly pointed out, Joe, that with regards to the procedure itself, they will, that basically fetching to the end of the queue, that once a competitor has joined the pacing line, it will be a single file restart for all competitors. Overtaking is strictly prohibited under all circumstances unless explicitly instructed to do so by the officials. So, I mean, it's basically then we'll have an LMP2 and LMP3 will be separated from GT. So, like this, if there's a second wave by process, so effectively, as soon as the LMP2 group is behind the safety car and each other class leader is the first car behind the safety car within the queue, then officials will announce EOLs. So effectively, they'll say 1 lap to green once the EOL is finished, and then the leader of both LMP3 and GT3 is asked to leave roughly a 3 to 5 second gap to the end of the group ahead. And after the restart, officials will clear black flags for all cars once this has transpired. So there is a lot. We're getting our first couple of safety car infringements as well being investigated, and you can see that Alberto Garcia Blasco for the XBD Racing LMP2 car, the number 33, looking to see what he can do in terms of keeping with the number 0 Jens Brothers competition. The trio of Leo Boeing, Maximilian Meyer, and Kimon Sapini. But so safety car lights are out. We will be going to green this lap, and Garcia Blasco now starting to weave from side to side, getting some well-needed temperature into the tyres of the number 33 XBD Racing LMP2 MX car. Solpec Precision Racing could also capitalise, but it's dependent on how the 0 times the restart. Now we'll see the 3 to 5 second gaps between the respective class leaders. With GT3, Pro and Am are put together, so it's going to be whoever's leading GT3 overall is going to lead that train to green.
Yeah, and we'll see who that ends up being. At the moment, it is the 2 Fast Repair Motorsport cars that are at the top of the GT3 Pro field, and the Nürburgring Esports car in behind. It's the Jens Brothers competition that leads the LMP2s, and the 149 Team Heisenfeld that leads the LMP3s. We're watching the start of the LMP2s as they just sort of try and weave around and try and fix everything that's gone wrong over the last few laps in terms of tyre degradation and tyre temperature before they can get back to green flag racing. And I'm sure the racing will be similar to if we basically just started. That's because, of course, they're all going to be bunched up together on the circuit. That's going to be that's going to be what they have to contend with, and we'll see how they contend with each other as well as they will head around to the final few corners and start another lap of Magny-Cours, the first one in a while, it feels, under green flag conditions.
Yes, indeed. Max Meyer for Jens Brothers competition will lead the field to green momentarily as the man from Germany gets some well-needed tyre temperature into those rears of the Dallara P217 that will bring us to green. Of course, headlights ablaze on every single car on the circuit, so it's not going to be the easiest conditions. We've gotten our way about 11 and a half minutes through this race as the Porsche safety car will peel into pit lane. Once that happens, that will mean that Max Meyer will become the de facto pace car and bring us to green. As again, it's just waiting, biding time, and whoever gets caught napping is going to find themselves in a world of hurt very, very shortly. And you can see how close Meyer is to the back end of the Porsche safety car. And this is going to be quite crucial. He's going to back the field up once the pace car peels into pit lane, and once he gets the opportunity, he's going to gun it with full gusto. Pace car in, and now the klaxon sounds on the pit lane. We wait for the signal, as it will be back to green this time. Max Meyer puts the pedal to the metal and gets a car length, maybe a couple of car lengths between himself and Garcia Blasco as they go through into Concours, but turns 1 and 2. We're back underway and racing. Dennis Vika for Nürburgring Esports coming under a little bit of fire as Laminsivu Fahavu is in P2, and more to the point is trying to catch the 149 Team Heusingfeld car. Eric Galvez in the Fast Repair Motorsport 204 holds on to second, ahead of the number 287 Nürburgring Esports Ford Mustang GT3. And then you've got Team Heusingfeld in the 248, not that far behind. Well, you've got Galvez trying to see if he can close in on the sister car, but the Mustang on the flashers from Nürburgring Esports to the outside is another Mustang right behind, and the GT3s are really going at it. Elbows out, Stanley knives attached to sharpened, and it's back to battle we go again.
Certainly are, and these two are teammates in the fast repairs, so it's or the two at the top are teammates in the fast repairs. They want to hold to that position, as that is going to be Tony Asumanemi. Looks like he's very much struggling, and he's now got the LMP3 field to contend with, and they're going to make their way through, I think, nice and simply. Damage on that car, and that's going to be very unfortunate for them at this point, with 15 minutes only gone in this race. It's deflating to have problems so early on for the number 91 BP Racing car, but they'll continue on, and whilst it is deflating, it gives them the opportunity to recover before later on in the session. If you have a problem in the final hour, it can feel so bad. If you have a problem in the first hour, it's something that you can attempt to overcome, as everybody else has their trials and tribulations. It's a long race, so they will be contending with a lot of different trials and tribulations, different drivers in the car, different drivers trying to contend with different conditions, and it's all going to be stacking up at the end of the race as to who on average was the best. That was the fight for the first place in the LMP3s. This is a little bit further down. Marcel T on the inside line and might be able to get through, and can't quite do so. It was actually the outside line that Tio was on. Apologies for that one. That's the fight for fourth place, and Tio just about squeezed out. The Team Heusingfeld car is not able to retake fourth place. This is a fight for fourth place in the GT3 Pro class, and that's Ross Booth going to the inside line. The GT Dynamics car makes his way through. Iriki Latala is fighting as well. He's in the 377, and he's just about ahead of the M&J downforce for Dash car, but for how much longer, as they remain locked in battle. Latala is the car on the outside, and it looks as though the later braking is what's done it for the other car to make their way through, and that's a move, and that might be another move on the inside line here as they continue through, and it's very much not been a great moment. That is only once again, that's real problems for the LMP2.
Oh, that's an LMP3 car. Also big dramas for the 204 Fast Repair Motorsport Lamborghini. We've got another safety car out. It's gone to full course yellow, so that's going to be another safety car again. So LMP3 in trouble, GT3 Pro in trouble. Well, there's a regular I see racing also in Kostek Holloway for Fury Simsport. Very credible Polish driver. We're going to have a look at the GSRC replay, and here goes Kevin Tavares in the Maniti Racing black car. Well, he's been tagged from the right rear, and then the Solpet car gets a double whammy. That was from the Maradnas car in the McLaren, and there was nearly a little bit of afters there as well. So big dramas for multiple cars. GT3 Pro, LMP3. So again, we go back under a safety car phase at the moment, and I've just seen it. Right, okay, here's the replay. Dario Frattini in the 187 car. Now he was the one that was limping the left side. got caught whilst he tried to avoid that car that had lost the back cowling on the engine cover, and I've just seen that. Well, we've got more replays coming up. So this is Ilari Laminsivo. Oh, and that's what started off the incident. Lost it, went backwards. Everyone scatters to avoid. There's the first bit of contact. Loses the back engine cover, and bang! There goes the other car straight into him. Dario Frattini in the 187 for I think it was SD Corsa, and I just seen that Marco Aguilera Moreno in the 202 has just been given a drive-through penalty and a penalty point for not respecting the start corridor. So that car is going to have to serve a drive-through penalty. Another replay coming up here. More dramas for Kevin Tavares. Oh, no. Does he keep it out of the... Well, he didn't keep it out of the kitty litter. Kept it out of the barriers. So Kevin Tavares has been punted from pillar to post here, Joe, today so far.
Certainly has been. It's not been ideal. I don't think I've ever heard anyone refer to it as cat litter, but I'll be stealing that one, I think, from now on.
Oh yes, a lot of people use it. A lot of people use it, as it seems like the one with Siemens the car that we saw earlier with the engine cowl off, which was Ilari Laminsivo for the 125 Havu LMP3 car, has now come into pit lane. So this car, the GT3 Pro class leader, is going to have to serve a drive-through penalty for not respecting the start corridor. And that was something that was actually mentioned in the driver's briefing as well. Also, another thing, track limits is something we always talk about here in the world of sim racing. First penalty is issued at 50x, and every next penalty up after that for track limits being exceeded is 25x. So there's a few more investigations ongoing at the minute, as we are, I think, past the 20-minute mark. And we are seeing some Alex Rogers in the YouTube chat saying, "Let's go Hyperion," and then says the word "yikes." I think I heard Shaggy in my ear when I saw that comment. So, so I think really at the moment what we've got to pick apart here at the minute, Joe, is just, again, this circuit so far has really given a lot of the teams and a lot of the drivers a bit of a headache, let's say, because they're not able to get into a steady rhythm.
Yeah, they've really, as you say, they've really struggled to get into a rhythm, especially with the safety cars that have been coming out and the inconsistencies in the way that the rain has fallen on the circuits. They're just really trying to pick themselves up, sort themselves out, and they haven't had the opportunity just yet to continue to fight, really, and to understand how the conditions are offline, as that's going to be Eric Rdoks trying to catch back up in the Magny-Cours 10, just slicing his way through the GT3 Pro field to catch up to the LMP3s, which he has duly done. But yeah, he will be at the back of that field. The SD Corsa in the LMP3s, the only driver, the only team to retire so far. At least they haven't retired, apologies. They have just not exited the pit lane just yet. So clearly big damage on that car, and they're trying to get that one sorted as well. The repair times, it's nothing like in Formula One where it's kind of like it's got to be a few seconds or it's nothing. They can be up to 10, 15, 20-minute repairs to get themselves back out on circuit, as the number 125 and the number 164 also in the pit lane in the LMP3 class, so a dramatic start for them.
Yeah, and well, Jens' brother competition, Max Meyer, still behind the wheel of that car as we continue under safety car conditions here at round 3 of the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship presented by Rdoks. And there is Callum Lux behind the wheel of the number 321 leading in GT3 AM for the Jens Brothers competition. And it is a 1-2 for the team as well. And that includes... Yeah, and looks like they are third overall in the GT3 combined classification. So Jens Brothers competition 394 is the next car along. So the 321 third overall at the moment has got I think that's the Ionosis Esports Mercedes, just behind which rounds out the top three in the GT3 Pro classification. So safety car will be in this lap. Lights are off. And once again, it's going to be that case of weaving from side to side, making sure that the tyres get that additional bit of temperature, additional bit of pressure, and of course that'll help through the tyres, heats up the alloy wheels, which will then heat up the brake pads and discs, and thereby meaning that the drivers will hopefully have their weapons sharp going into Grand Courbe again, as we are bracing ourselves for what is going to happen. We're on lap 10 of this race, and I think we've only seen about probably 50% of that, Joe, being at full race speed.
Yeah, if that, I think it might actually be even less that we've seen so far under green flag conditions. But I'm hoping that we're going to get a long stretch very soon in this race session. Of course we are, because we want to be talking about the racing, we want to be watching the racing, but at the moment we're watching this pace car have its time to shine, and the two cars at the top just sort of weaving around, dancing. Alberto Garcia Blasco in that second place. XPD Racing LMP2 Emix will be hoping to get a better start than he did on the last time around. The Jens Brothers competition car did such a good job of nailing that restart, but the XPD seemed to lag a little bit behind, and so it's now the opportunity is going to lie within how quickly they can get back to green flag racing, how quickly they can jump on the throttle, and not jump the gun as such, but jump the gun in comparison to their competitors. That's exactly what they're going to try and do. The slower, the closer they get to the line, the slower they actually end up going, until they'll head around that final chicane to start off the next lap.
So we are preparing to go green for the third time, second safety car period here at round 3 out of 6, and with the weather still not on the side of the drivers, but of course the track will evolve over the course of the next 3.5 hours or so of racing, as Max Meyer again gets very, very close to the back end of the Porsche safety car, which has its lights off, and very shortly when we do go to the chicane at the Complex de Ligier, which they'll be heading through roundabout now, as through into the chicane. How does Max Meyer time the restart? This time Blasco is about half a car length behind him, so hopefully the XPD Racing LMP2 entry, the number 33, might get on the gas a little bit earlier. Again, he's caught napping, and Max Meyer once again leads us to green with 3 hours and 34 minutes remaining on the timer here at round 3 of the season. And more to the point, well, Marcel T for Team Heusingveld in the 148, following in the sister car. There's Ryan O'Connor in the Rdoks setup 162, running at the top 4 as Fast Repair Motorsport bring us to green in GT3s. And look at the 321 of the Jens Brothers competition GT3 AM entry, hounding the back diffuser of the Nürburgring Esports 287, and that is actually a battle for overall in GT3 as we run on board with Callum Lux on the front splitter cam, and those tail lights on the Mustang glowing very, very deep red indeed, as Franz Schopfer for German SimRacing Red in the 267 rounding out the top 7 in GT3 Pro. Closing in, Boris Ovando for Solpec Precision Racing has ended off the circuit, and was running P3 at the restart and is tumbling down the order as the LMP3s go round the outside of the recovering 62 from Solpec Precision Racing. Disaster for Boris Ovando.
It certainly is, and well, he'll be hoping not to lose his head, as there goes Floyd Kerr, another of the LMP2s making a mistake and therefore having to drop down, going even further back than the pack that the other car just rejoined in. So that is a huge moment. And I think there is still a lot of problems with racing on the line, or sorry, off the line, on the not ideal line, as we'll get a replay in the top corner of exactly what happened. That just looked like a couple of slides out of the exit. It looks like the curbing is still very aggressive at this point, as that's another one. Callum Lux from the lead of the GT3 AMs has seen himself fall, and that's another slide out of the final corner. So traction really proving a problem heading down to the main straight.
And that's dropped him down to 6th position in the GT3 AMS, as running in the race lead. And now it's just a 394 car. It's that curbing coming through the final chicane out of Complex de Ligier. And there was another car that spun as well. It was one of the Ferraris, which I think got an assist by being tapped on the left rear, as Ossi Peltola Fahavu in the number 25 now is 4th in the LMP2 class. And it's Masu Casanovas for Ionesis Esports, 4th place now, as the I think that is the 222 Stint 1 Motorsport SSC Mustang that now is 3rd place in the GT3 Pro classification. Jens Brothers Competitions Max Meyer now sets another new fastest at the race, 1:32.4 seconds, and has a lead of about 1 second over Xpedi Racing's Garcia. That was not cricket in the replay. In the top right hand corner of your screens, Ross Booth gets the turnaround, 14th place for the Mercedes-Benz, and that has tumbled him right down the order once again. So now it is Nemanja Radovanovic in the Jens Brothers Competition 394 car that leads GT3 AM. And there is a Mercedes behind them, but it is not for position. That's the German SimRacing Red car, Mercedes of Franz Schopfer, who's got Eric Galvez in the 204 fast repair motorsports car as Schopfer runs wide, and that is going to allow the 204 car of Eric Galvez to say thank you very much. You opened the door for me, kind sir.
That's exactly what you want in terms of making an overtake. We've seen some drivers trying to make an overtake here today, and just because they run off of the line, they get significant problems. Speaking of problems, and there's another start infringement which has led to another drive-through, as that's wide for the driver that has now dropped to 10th place in that class. I believe actually that might be, is that Johannes Proper in the TSR Racing 144, who just had a moment going wide, looked like he was letting the LMP2 back through, and went off onto the kitty litter.
There you go. First mention of the broadcast, not going to be the last time, sure, Joe. Johannes Harper for TSR Racing in the 144 car loses out 3rd position, and that is going to be to the Echelon SimSport LMP3 129 entry. So changes are afoot. Looks to be a little bit brighter in the skies. The cloud cover, a nice big patch of blue sky with a lot of sunshine trying to break through the clouds and provide a little bit of warmth to the circuit here at Magny-Cours. But it's still very, very early in this race, with just over half an hour completed. Things are looking rather racy. Mike Bowen there in the 129 Echelon SimSport LMP3 car holds off at the moment, and Johannes Harper is catching. They have got the 8th place LMP2 car in between them. Marcel Latifi, Team Heusingfeld in the 148 car is being closed on here. There's Floyd Kerr, who had a moment in the number 4 Hyperion vehicle. That's currently 10th in the classification. Eric Rohorus in the Bongosaurus LMP3 car. That was the one that we saw damaged earlier on. So the Estonian back behind the wheel of that number 180 is Nicholas Hettinger for Team Heusingfeld, diving to the inside, and that was a neat little move there in the BMW M4 GT3 Evo. And then a flash of the lights by Franz Schopfer saying, oi, that wasn't meant to happen. There's Vika for Nürburgring Esports, however, gets up into 4th position in the 87 car, but there's a dive to the inside on the Aislith car. That's by Asuniemi for BP Racing, who's making a little bit of a recovery. So now we're seeing some real robust manoeuvres happening, but the thing is, it's still very, very wet out there as we see the Fast Repair Motorsport car that has now served its penalty of a drive-through. Okay, Eric Roris is going to get a 10-second penalty for moderate contact responsibility. Oh, don't tell me. Oh, safety car infringement. The 202's got another one to deal with. As did I just see a car stricken on the right hand side of the circuit? I think I did. I had to do a bit of a double take there just to double check, but Marco Moreno for the 202 fast repair Lamborghini is going to have to serve another drive-through penalty very shortly, it looks like, and that's another penalty point for that driver. Matthias Temmer for the 231 Fury Sim Sport crew in the Ferrari 296. Trying to chase down a Moreno, who I've just been speaking about. Again, so here we go. Start infringement, drive through for car 180. And that is for Eric Roris, who's going to have to serve, well, there's going to be another 10-second penalty for the Estonian and that team. So Eric Galvez has struck trouble. The 204 Fast Repair Motorsport Lamborghini has come a cropper and has dropped to 12th.
Yeah, and he'll be hoping to get a fast repair on that car as soon as he can, and at the moment he's just trying not to lose as many positions as possible, and not also at the same time doesn't want to hold up these two cars behind. It's a weird paradox that they've got. The negative delta by simgear.it is one of the cars that's in behind, and that's very close. The Jens Brothers competition of Callum Lux trying to recover his race, and that is so very close to the back of the car in front. Eric Galvez at the moment holding on, and he's not coming into the pit lane, so it's not significant enough damage that he feels as though he has to come into the pit lane. Is it even damage at all? Surely that's some sort of damage.
Well, Galvez lost it. He touched the white line, then the grass, and the back end spun out, and he smacked into the Team Heusingfeld car, which was running pretty strong in its own right. So both cars have suffered drama, but by the mistake of one individual. These conditions are really, really tricky at the moment, and Galvez is going to lose out to Callum Lux for overall GT3 position if he's not careful. And right behind is I think that's the 281 car that's just behind them, followed by Maniti Racing Purple. Yeah, Velin Vitanov for negative delta by simgear.it. And then you got like literally this race has thrown so much at the drivers, and especially with the fact that the drivers that went out for qualifying were the drivers that had to take the start. So more to the point, Asuniemi is now closing in on Francesco Petolin in the Absolute Motorsport Aislith number 88 car. That is for 5th position in the LMP2. So Asuniemi not holding off. Another penalty for Eric Roris, 10-second time penalty for moderate contact responsibility. Notes were saying that Roris braked hard while still away behind the queue, and car 149 unable to slow in time despite braking almost immediately, and car 149 was one of the Team Heusingfeld vehicles, which is currently still in the race lead in the LMP3 class.
Yes, and of course that's the second highest class. The LMP2s being the highest of classes. This is the lowest of classes, but still, the racing here has been very good early on. René Dressler in the 311 M&J downforce for Dash is trying to catch up to the Enns Brothers competition, but 5.7 seconds, that's a gap that's already been opened up as one of the GT3 pros is already out. That's going to be the FRIC Motorsport that's going to be very disappointing for them to be out so early on. The number 207 find themselves out of the race. This early on, the 10th and 11th place in the LMP3s have made their way out as well. They're 7 laps down on the leader at the moment, which of course is that Heisinkveld number 149. Turner Schroll in the pro class is trying to chase up here for 4th place in the class. He's currently holding 5th, and it's Franz Schopp in the German SimRacing Red 267 that finds himself ahead of him. And you can see the wipers moving in the foreground. There's still a little bit of rain out on this circuit. It appears to be just an annoying level of rain out there on the circuit at the moment, as it's not quite enough to be driving like it's wet conditions. It's certainly not enough to be driving like it's dry.
Yeah, we did see a big spin for Rdoks setup shot 162. Ryan D. O'Connor losing it big time, doing a 360. Meantime, the LMP2 class lead is getting closer and closer, as got to see it closing it on Max Meyer at the front end of the field. The gap is just under 1 second, so got to see a Blasko trying to close in on the man from Germany for Jens Brothers competition, leading the way as Hyperion Racing in the number 4 car, who are currently 10th in LMP2, 11th overall. That was a great lap by Floyd Kerr on the recovery trail in the number 4 car, as Turner Schroll was still riding on board with the 244 Hyperion Racing vehicle, and that is getting ever closer to the German SimRacing entry, German SimRacing Red entry. That is the 267 of Franz Schopfer. Turner Schroll nearly goes into the back end of the Mercedes in front, and then has Marco Aguilera Moreno for the 202 car. And more to the point, minor contact responsibility for car 262, that is Stephen McDonald, and that is in the GT3 Pro class, Solpec Precision Racing. So, and again, you're seeing look, picture in picture, Austin Young in the Solpec Precision 262 car is battling tooth and nail for around about 13th position. So, and we're seeing that with 40 minutes in, this is where things get a little bit dicey. Austin Young goes offline, catches a little bit of standing water on the curbing, manages to keep a hold of the Aston Martin. The Magny-Cours Racing purple entry with Stefan Kursman in the 378 Ferrari, trying to hold on for 5th position, as LMP3s and LMP2s start to make their way through. This is going to get a bit dicey for the drivers here.
Certainly is. We saw how it was offline earlier on, and they're going to hope that it's nothing like that now as they just try and filter through as quickly as they can. I'm sure we're going to be getting a lot of notices through. One notice that we have got through is the 262, who has a drive-through penalty for minor contact responsibility. That is going to be I mean, at this point in the race, you still don't want anything. That'll be the Solpec Precision of Austin Young, which finds itself 37th overall, and it's slightly further down, I believe, in the GT3 AM classes. Now they try to filter through. It's getting so very tight between some of these drivers as the GT3s try to remain predictable, and that's also in the background from one of the GT3s. That is Austin Young, the driver who just picked up a drive-through penalty, and now he's got to go through the pit lane twice, this time for probably just that little bit longer.
Well, the thing is that they need it so. They have to request it from race control. They have to do it through that way. They cannot hit escape and hope that they'll get away with it. They won't do that. Let's have a look at the replay. That was a big old... that was the Fury SimSport car, the number 30. Now, who was behind the wheel of that vehicle? Because that is definitely going to get looked at by race control, I'm sure. As Kevin Tavares in the 278 Magny-Cours Racing black car is fighting tooth and nail for position. Austin Young has stopped the vehicle on site So maybe the team will be requesting a tow by race control. But, and Eric Galvez, further drama for the 204. Fast Repair Motorsport. And Asanyemi gets caught out. And look at that standing water on that outside curb. He was spinning the wheels like a good one, as again, we are seeing more dramas for these drivers. We are not even 3/4 of an hour in. We've already had 2 safety car periods so far, and the way things are going, it is only going to be a matter of time before something happens. And Kostik Soloway in the number 30 Fury SimSport car. Asanyemi goes straight lining. Asanyemi, I cannot believe he hung on to that and nearly collected one of the GT3 cars in the process. My godfathers, that was close.
I think that's a bit of frustration shown there. The GT3s not making their way out of the way for the BP Racing number 91, and I believe it was Dan Griffin on the receiving end of that move. Of course, no contact made, because it was more that one driver just had a road rage and drove straight on at the chicane rather than anything else. But yeah, I mean, as you say, we're 3/4 of an hour through the race, and there's still so much that could happen. Floyd Kerr, this is a driver who's had a dramatic race. It feels like he's climbed up, made a mistake, then climbed back up again and made a mistake. Currently, he's in 10th and hoping to climb up once again, and he's right on the back of the car in front. Is this an opportunity to be making a move around the outside into the next corner? Of course, it's a straight here first, and he'll pick up the slipstream from the GT3, but it might actually box him in. So it's sort of an evil in the end, as now the GT3 moves across, and Floyd Kerr trying to get the switch back to try and get through on the GT3. He does so, and now he sets his sights once again on the car that is directly in front of him, and hoping to get through very surely is Floyd Kerr, but it's easier said than done.
Yeah, the car he's chasing down is the number 2 Fast Repair Motorsport car of Publisher Villar. So this is the battle for P9 on the road, and Villar gets a little bit of tail wagging the dog on the LMP2 car, and now the door might be open for Floyd Kerr if he can time it right. But at this point, going through exactly the same chicane where we saw Asanyemi go straight lining. Now, one of the unwritten rules in sports cars is that if you are the slower traffic, you can keep on the racing line, but it's down to the faster cars approaching you. They've got to make those overtakes nice and clean. So, yeah, I kind of understand what you meant about Asanyemi, but I think he didn't need to go in straight lining, because that'll be a couple of X's against his strike limit out of the 50. But again, we are just seeing how close this field is going to be around this particular circuit, as Floyd Kerr really hustling Publisher Vila in the Fast Repair Motorsport number 2 car for that 9th spot. Okay, major contact responsibility, 60-second penalty for Ilari Laminsivu for the Havu car, and that was 125, and that is our team at Race Control keeping an eye. They've got multiple cameras of how they look at all the relevant incidents. So a big thank you to the Race Control team once again for their sterling work behind the scenes. There have been quite a few incidents already. I think we're up to 19 19 so far, but there's big intakes of breath. There's big. And did I just see a lot of gravel flying into the air? I think I did. As we see Johannes Trauper closing in on Marcel T for Team Heusingwald 148, and Martin Schmidt in the 149 car is 4.1 seconds up the road. So the LMP3 class leader has got a little bit of an advantage. Look at the advantage that both GT3 Pro and GT3 AM have got at the moment. 287, Jeremy Barmott for Nürburgring Esports Klöstertal leads by 12.5 seconds ahead of Peter Biedert for Stint 1 Motorsport SSC. Nemanja Radovanovic for the Jens Brothers Competition 394 car has a big lead, and that's over the 311. MJ Downforce for Dash, René Dressler, as Johannes Trauper tries to make his way through GT3 traffic. So we've got another GSRC replay coming up. Here comes Callum Lux bouncing over the chicane. Oh, no, 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 no. That's going to hit the wall. Bang. Front end straight around. And 360 manages to keep out of harm's way nevertheless.
Yeah, very well done there from Callum Lux to sort of reduce as much damage as he can, as he just went spinning into the wall, and that was unfortunate there, as the GT3 AM driver is hoping to recover his race, but that will not help him. Speaking of the GT3 AMs, and there is a drive-through penalty handed out to the car in last place in the field, the 370, which has picked up a drive-through for minor contact responsibility. That's the Maradness M squad, and they were gaining on the back of the Finnish Endurance Academy, but of course they're going to have to lose all that time. It's Alex DeMarco in the 370 at the moment, who will be trying to offset the deficit that he's going to pick up from having to go down that pit lane. Very unfortunate for him just there, as well, this is Maximilian Mayer. This is the lead of the race overall, and he's coming up to a GT3, and he's going to want to dispatch him very, very quickly. The gaps at the top are starting to eke out. I mean, 5 seconds, or 5.3 seconds between the LMP2 and the LMP3 class leaders in second place, 13.9 between the GT3 Pros and the GT3 AMs. That's a beautiful moment of synchronicity between the classes, just for a very brief moment, as it looks like the XPD Racing car has had a problem, and Habu have now moved up into that second place. So I'd be interested to see what has happened to the driver and to the team that were in second, that no longer find themselves in second place in the LMP2s. This is the LMP3s, and this is Ryan O'Connor in the 162 Rdoks setup shop car, who's just trying to go around the outside of what looks like the Rusty Spatulas LMP3 of the 112, and he has been able to make that move stick.
Yeah, Iker Cortisalo unable to fend off the round the outside manoeuvrability of Ryan O'Connor, as Dennis Vika closing in on the now third placed XPD Racing car, as Havu go and put it fastest of anybody. Ossi Peltola doing a really, really good job in that number 25 car, but I would imagine that XPD Racing have made a big, big mistake. Last lap, yeah, they lost 10 seconds. So here comes the replay. That's not what you want, a spinning LMP2 car. Garcia Blasco manages to keep it out of the barriers, stops it on the gravel on a sixpence, and manages to rejoin. But he is being hounded like nobody's business, courtesy of Nürburgring Esports, Kesselschen's very own Dennis Vika in the 87. So this is the battle on the road for P3 in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, Dennis Vika will be hoping to take advantage of both the momentum that he has and the momentum that the XPD Racing 33 does not have, and he'll be trying to make his way through, but he's just sort of not quite close enough to be going for any sort of moves at this point in time. It's about closing in, and at the moment he cannot quite do that, as the XPD Racing car quicker, but having made that mistake is going to be at a disadvantage, as they're going to continue on. That is going to be side by side in the top right corner of your screens, and who's going to be on top in that one? We will see what happens and what occurs in that one, as we get down to almost 1 hour gone. Habu sets the fastest lap in second place, so it's not just like they got through on pure momentum, and they got through on pure luck, because they very much are quick, and they've demonstrated that by going very quick at the end of this stint, as that is a fierce battle in the top right of your screens that looks like it's come to an end now.
Yeah, that was a little bit earlier on between Vika and also Garcia Blasco. So I think at the end of it, yes, Garcia Blasco has used up at least a couple of his 9 lives at the moment. So there, it just goes to show how quickly things can change when you have this mixed bag of conditions, as Garcia Blasco now starting to try and eke out a little bit of an advantage over Dennis Vika, and the gap is now 6.5 tenths of a second. Ryan O'Connor, however, in the Rdoks setup shop number 162, is now closing in on Echelon Sim Sports, as Alex DeMarco comes into pit lane in the 370, so serves the drive-through penalty. So Mike Bowen coming under fire from Ryan O'Connor. So it's Echelon versus Rdoks. This is for P4 in the LMP3 classification, as we are just under 8 minutes to go until the turn of the opening hour out of 4. And this again is just where we are seeing a lot of track evolution, but there is still that modicum of saturation around the circuit whereby someone can get caught out at the slightest moment. They make one wrong move on a right or a left turn, and you can just hear how hard through the notes of the engine on this Ligier JSP 320 piloted by Ryan O'Connor for Rdoks setup shot 162 as it goes up and down the gearbox on the throttle. It's just a glorious sound, isn't it, Joe?
It certainly is. It's great to hear. It's one of those that you sort of wish that we would shut up and we would just let the engine take over for a little bit of time. But no, unfortunately, you're going to have to listen to us, and you're going to have to listen very closely to hear the engine sounds. But I think the engine sounds of the GT3s and the engine sounds of the LMP3s and the LMP2s trumps pretty much anything else in racing. I really do believe that. I don't think there's many other cars that can top what we have in this race in terms of just the pure engine noise. As well, of course, we're going to get a lot of that engine noise here where they're so tightly packed together, and well, we get the back fumes of Mike Bowen's number 129 in front. You get the front fumes of the 162, and when you get the off-board camera, you get a whole lot of difference. The GT3 right up ahead as well will be, well, they'll be hoping at least that they'll be moving out of the way very, very promptly. But yeah, I mean, it's just, it's a great sound to hear, and well, it's going to be the soundtrack for our next few hours, so it's not necessarily a bad soundtrack at all, as that's Ryan O'Connor through. No fight at all put up by Mike Bowen. I think he felt as though that was a move that was always going to happen, so he decided to not put up too much of a fight, not put up too much of a time loss, and try and keep within the slipstream for as long as he can.
Problems for the 7th placed 379 car. That's piloted by Martin Beer, and that's the Manisi Racing white car. So both O'Connor and Bowen have got through. That was on the 231 Fury SimSport Ferrari 296 GT3. So that car quickly got out of the way, and now looks to be that is going to be, I think that is Mr. Lux in front of them in the 321 Aston Martin, as Dennis Vika still closing in on Blasco at the moment for that P3. Dennis Vika's like a little Yorkshire Terrier. He's like nipping at Blasco's heels, waiting to see if something happens. And they are closing in, I think, on the Maradnus McLaren just up ahead as they go through the chicane. Vika launched it over the curbs and got a real good run out of that final chicane as they go into Grand Courbe here at turns 1 and 2 before they head into Estoril at 3 coming up shortly. And Vika is just trying to put the pressure on, but the Maradnus McLaren gets out of the way very, very quickly indeed, and allows these two to continue their wonderful LMP2 battle over 3rd place.
And the fight will continue on. The Nürburgring esports car looks to the outside line, and will just try and eke out an opportunity, but it's not going to be an opportunity able to take, because that's a great move across to cover the line from Blasco. So this fight will keep continuing on. Vika is so very close on the back of Blasco and hoping to take any sort of opportunity, any sort of sniff that he can get. At the moment, there's no sniffs being offered up, but Vika's just putting his nose in there, hoping that there's something of an opportunity that can be eked out soon, and something of an opportunity that can be created very, very soon. The 87 potentially is looking the quicker of the two cars, and I say that because he's able to pull alongside, but of course the true pace isn't represented when you're following in behind. It's represented afterwards when you've been able to make your way through, and if he's able to eke out that gap. But at the moment, Vika's actually lost a bit of time on this lap, so maybe he's not quite as quick as Blasco is. But at the same time, on the contrary, Blasco may well have the case where he's just throwing as much dirty air on the front of Viker's car as he can to make him struggle in behind and through the corners, so he's going to lose a bit of time. But down the straights, the slipstream is what's going to benefit him, and you can see that gap flip-flopping up and down. In a couple of the corners, it went up to about 0.7 of a second. Down some of the straights, it came down to about 2. So this is a battle that it feels as though it may well be two different cars that have gone for two completely different approaches to this race and approaches to the way that they're going to fight with other people. And that sort of makes it fascinating to watch as Viker is close behind now. It's 0.3 of a second between the two, and they just remain locked in battle. Ryan O'Connor is here, and it's still going to be trying to make it through on the lapped traffic, and that GT3 is going to get in the way of him chasing Troper, and that's going to lose a decent chunk of time between him and the car in front. And actually the GT3 running off of the circuit just to allow him through in the end.
Eric Roras and the one.
That's Eric Roras. That's
again
going to be his win for the Bonkosaurus, as you say, again. And there's mistakes being drawn out from that car, and it feels as though that pole position is unfortunately not going to come to anything decently good.
Oh, now there is a Mercedes AMG that has no front bumper on it whatsoever, and that is 10th place, trying to make a beeline for what number it is. That is the 203 car, and that is, that's the GT Dynamics team, currently running 10th in their class, as Ryan O'Connor is really showcasing his hand at the moment, as Talpa is right under the kibosh. We've got Mike Bowen right behind as well, so these three LMP3 cars battling over the final position in the top 3 at the moment, as we are 1.25 minutes away from the turn of the hour. I think Talpa's going to be finding himself between a rock and a hard place. He runs deep into the corner. What a move by O'Connor. Just made it, measured it, and made it work at the right place, right time. O'Connor at the moment is absolutely flying. Fastest LMP3 car out there at the moment, I gather. His last lap, well, he did a 1:33.303, and now, O'Connor's just, has O'Connor just dropped it? Yes, he has. He's down to 5th. So Bowen now takes 3rd place ahead of Talpa, and then we've got O'Connor as they go through Estoril, line astern. Now this battle is not going to die down, I think, for at least the next few moments, but as we are about to hit the turn of the hour, I'm sure that pit stops will be happening in the next few moments.
And they certainly are. The leader of the race has actually come into the pit, as has second place. So the two LMP2s at the top of the field have dived in, as it was a mistake into the final corner from O'Connor that saw them move. But pit stops are happening. Solpec Precision Racing 15 in as well, or the 262 even in as well, and they're not the only drivers. It's about to become very, very busy in that pit lane, I think, as I think it makes sense to just pit every hour. That seems to be the traditional strategy. But the two at the top of the LMP2s, you'd feel as though are the best prepared. They're going to be the role models for the rest of the field, and they feel as though, well, that's been done now. So the rest of the LMP2s, at least, will feel as though they sort of start to have to think about it. LMP3, in a similar situation, well, both the high sync belt cars are in now, so they'll be thinking about it as well. So, I think you're absolutely right. I think it's about time that the pit stops are coming around. The GT3s, likely that they may well go a little bit longer. But the LMP3s and the LMP2s are starting to see their pit windows open up.
Yeah, Johannes Talpa also pits from what would have been, like this a lot. Everyone in LMP3 is starting to pit. We've had, I think, what is it? XBD Racing LMP2, Solpec Precision Racing, and Nürburgring Esports Kesselchen have stayed out at this moment. Max Meyer deciding to stay behind the wheel. Dennis Vika there for the Nürburgring Esports Kesselchen. Right, there is a meatball. That car is crabbing. That has got damage to the rear at some point. So Dennis Vika has hit trouble. We're going to have a replay coming up now. Oh, he just lost it, and that's going to hit the barriers left rear. Takes a wallop, and then, oh dear, that back axle is very, very crooked in the 87, so Dennis Vika having to come in a little bit earlier than planned.
Yeah, I'd imagine that was a little bit earlier than planned. I think you're right, but that's very unfortunate there for somebody who was looking so very quick to suffer such a problem. The leader in the LMP2s that has now come into the pit lane, the XPD Racing E-Mix, has actually just picked up a warning for aggressive driving, so let's hope that that is not going to be a theme that is continued in the LMP2 classes. The order is resumed. The number 0 Jens Brothers competition is going to take the lead. The Havu car is in second place, but it's closed down that gap just a little bit, so I think they went for a little bit of a shorter pit stop to try and gain in, and they were 8 seconds back. It's now down to 6, so they may well have just opened up an opportunity for themselves, but they need to work hard in the second part of this stint to be able to catch up to Maximilian Mayer. But there will be a couple of saving graces for the 25, one of which being that Mayer is going to start to feel a little bit of fatigue. He's been driving this circuit for 2 hours. He's almost definitely done some of the free practice sessions, so he is going to be starting to get a little bit tired, and maybe mistakes are going to happen in that number 0 and the Havu car. That's what he'll be hoping for, but at the moment it's been a second that's been able to eke out over the previous lap from the Jens Brothers competitions. That's a huge gap that he's been able to eke out, and it looks like he's going for a long first stint before switching over to teammates Kimon Sapini and Leon Boeing for the later part of this race, as now it breaches 7 seconds, the gap between themselves and the Havu car, and that's a huge opportunity for the Havu car that's pretty much gone begging.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the total pit lane time, Max Mayer going through 57.8 total travel time, including transfer to the stops on there. Of course, the tyres will have been literally put through the ringer, so with a 41.6 second stop in the pit lane, that says to me full amount of fuel and tyres. Ryan O'Connor definitely fighting tooth and nail to regain a position of some sort. He's now back up into 4th position as Mika Scherhag has taken on for taken over from Johannes Trauper in the TSR Racing number 144. So O'Connor and Bowen will both have the advantage over Scherhag, and now there he goes, O'Connor to the inside, neat as you like, and now Mike Bowen sees the opportunity to get past Mika Scherhag for TSR Racing of the 144, and could... Oh, there's contact between the pair! Oh, O'Connor gets collected in the fallout! Oh, disaster for O'Connor, who was minding his own business. Bowen into the side of Scherhag, and they both go sliding off the circuit and take O'Connor with them.
Hugely unfortunate for O'Connor, who just seems to have had his share of bad luck in this race, as that was somebody off in the background. But that is a huge moment in the LMP3 race with those drivers. That is very unfortunate for them, as they were looking pretty good. They were looking in a strong position, but unfortunately just one mistake, and that's going to cost them a hell of a lot of time. It's going to come back to bite them later on in this race, as well, there may well be penalties impending. We will wait and see as we continue to watch on with the fight with O'Connor at the moment, who's just trying to recover. That's going to be off of the circuit for Scherhag. So the number, or the driver that was in 5th even, that's going to be a mistake that he's going to rue again. So there's lots of mistakes coming out now. Maybe the conditions are getting worse out there, something along those lines that's making mistakes happen, because over the last couple of laps we've seen our fair share of them.
Well, I mean, when you think about it, Scherhag not having the, has only just been freshly put into the car after taking over from Johannes Trauper, so straight away that inexperience of understanding the conditions as Floyd Kerr. Oh, this is threading the eye of the needle, a GT3 to the outside, and that is Otto Hittala from BP Racing, who's now taken over driving duties, and Floyd Kerr to the outside, gets through, and that's through at the chicane. Oh, that was the tight right-hander hairpin. So Floyd Kerr on the move. He's recovered from what was at the bottom end of the LMP2 classification. Now brings the Hyperion car, the number 4 vehicle, up to P6 on the road. So a great job by him. Meantime, at the sharp end of the field, well, here we see a nice little battle. This is for 11th position. Fury Sim Sports Matthias Temme behind the wheel of this car and is trying to close in. That is the, I think that might be the Hyperion. Yeah, the Hyperion Racing Mercedes just in front. Turner Scholl behind the wheel of the 244 car. Or known as Vitanov, my apologies there. So many cars to keep an eye on around this circuit. It just goes to show how quickly things can change, and more to the point, well, Nürburgring Esports 87. I'm going to have to say this, a real shame for Dennis Vico, was doing a really, really good job for that crew, and then smacking the barriers with the left rear after a big old off. As there's Turner Scholl in the 244 Hyperion Racing. That is P3, and he is being closed in on by Niklas Hettiger in the 248 BMW. That is the current GT3 Pro leader, and so far, well, the thing is 159 points, and in comparison with where German Sim Racing Red, the 267, their nearest rivals in the GT3 Pro standings, are several positions down. But then there's also the overall standings that German Sim Racing Red and Team Heisingfeld are level on points. This will more than likely put the 248 BMW not just at the front, or continuing at the front of the GT3 Pros, as heading into the inside, nearly makes contact with the right rear of Schroll, heading in towards the chicane, and the 248 BMW loses a shed load of time coming through the final chicane and across the stripe.
Yeah, loads of time lost. That's unfortunate. There's been quite a few drivers actually who've been losing time similar to that throughout the course of this race. So I'm thinking there's maybe a little bit of a wet patch on the inside that some of the drivers aren't seeing, as well, there's going to be a stop-go penalty for car number 91 for moderate contact responsibility. That's going to be 10 seconds, which they're going to have to wait for. So the number 91, that is unfortunate for them. But yeah, they're going to have to deal with that one. A few penalties being handed out at this point of this race session, and well, we will see how that one fares for the team. At the moment, yeah. This is the leader of the Jens. This is the leader of the GT3 AM class, who, well, it's fair to say, he, as well as the GT3 Pro class leader, they've absolutely dominated the competition.
Yeah, and we are now into 70 minutes of the 4-hour endurance race here for round 3 of the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship, presented by Rdoks here at Magny-Cours. Weather has not improved. We've got a replay, and this is going to be Francesco Petelin. Oh dear, that's a copycat nearly of Dennis Vika, and that car, he held on to his brakes. There's cars left, there's cars right. Francesco Petelin, you have just lost about half of your 9 lives to that Code Brown. That was a big off at a big lick of speed for Petelin at that point.
Was, and well, there's so much time being lost out here on the circuit due to the conditions. It's really surprising actually to see that mistakes are still being made at this point in time. Eric Galvez here currently in the lead of this little pack, and hoping to remain in the lead of it for a little while at the very least. The Fast Repair Motorsport car has, well, he's seen his race go from good to bad to worse, and now he finds himself in 12th place. That's a spin at the top for Ovando, who's well, he's made his fair share of mistakes today. That's another one in the Sol Precision Racing car that, it's fair to say, hasn't had the best of luck, as there's a huge cluster of cars on the circuit. Let's hope this is going to end up nice and nice and clean.
Ligier Dallara for the Finnish Race Endurance Academy in the 377, just keeping out of harm's way. Good, shrewd driving from the driver from Finland in the 992 GT3R Porsche. is about 3/10 behind the Maniti Racing White number 379. He's actually showing ahead of it now. But yeah, it's very close to Stefan Kurtzman in the Maniti Racing purple car in the battle for 4th place in the GT3 AM classification. And Kurtzman has got I think that's LMP3 just behind. That's the 3rd placed LMP3 car, I think, or maybe an LMP2. Jeremy Balmert having a bit of a moment in the pit lane in the 287 Nürburgring Esports entry. And, well, that car was leading the GT3 Pro and GT3 overall at one point, as Stefan Kurtzman has to just keep an eye out, because there goes Ryan O'Connor up the inside of him in the Rdoks 162 LMP3 car. Which is now currently holding on to 4th place. Jeremy Balmert for the Nürburgring Esports Klostertal crew in the Ford Mustang GT3 now runs 9th in the Pro classification, but a long, long way down. I think probably just outside of the top 13. And he's the only one so far in the GT3 Pros that have actually pitted. Now, the thing is, the Enosis Esports have served a drive-through. Fast Repair Motorsports has served a drive-through. So Balmert has become the first that has actually done a full pit stop and did take tyres as well. So 58.2 seconds was the total pit lane time. 41.6. There's more cars now going into pit lane. Hyperion Racing's Turner Schroll has just gone in. So has Nemanja Radovanovic for the Jens Brothers Competition 394 GT3 AM class leader. Marco Aguilera Moreno in the Fast Repair Motorsport pole sitter in GT3 Pro and overall. There's Ross Booth. Now that's the car that had the missing front bumper. I was wondering who that was. It was the GT Dynamics, of course. Ross Booth just that's one of the good things about these weather conditions here, Joe, is the fact that if you have some damage, like a front bumper missing on your Mercedes AMG Evo, you will stay out because you're not hampered so much, aerodynamically speaking, in these kind of weather conditions we're having here at Magny-Cours.
No, you're not hampered at all, which is it's really helping. That's a driver off in the foreground, but that's a great save there. That's a really, really well saved car right there, and well, that's props to the red car in the background for just able to get that one stopped. But we continue to watch.
This is the LMP3 Class Lead. The two Heusingveld cars were literally about a 10th and a half apart. Fabian Siegmann behind the wheel of the 148 car, and Jan Setkowski behind the wheel of the 149. So this is for the battle in the. This is the battle between two rival teams, or two teams. 148 leads the standings. 149 is P3, and the 148 car has won the opening 2 rounds. There's a maximum score of 200 points, and they've got a little bit of a lead over. Now, where is SD Corsa in all of this? They must be way down the order, as there's the Stint 1 Motorsport SSC car. Dennis Menzer behind the wheel of that now in the Mustang. And that will drop down the order in GT3 Pro, but Jeremy Balmert, the first to pit, as Belin Vitanov in the negative delta by Simgear.it has got an LMP2 right on his rear end and gets out of the way rather sharpish. So to allow that car, that's the number 2. Joel Aguilera behind the wheel of the Fast Repair Motorsport car, as Ross Booth is not letting a front bumper missing from his Mercedes AMG let him be unfazed, because he's with Franz Schopfer from German SimRacing Red, who now are currently running P4 in GT3 Pro, and more to the point, GT3 overall.
doing a decent job at the moment. So that's going to be a stop and hold for the 91. I believe, is that the second 91 stop and hold that we've seen? Indeed it is. But that's going to be... Oh no, it's not. It's an appeal that was rejected, I believe. And it's actually been extended. It's going to be a 25-second stop-go for the number 91. So they've upped it. And it's just it's gotten worse. I'm not sure who appealed it, but either way, it's not worked out at all for the 91. And let's hope from their perspective that it wasn't them that appealed it in the BP Racing that was in 6th place. This is going to continue to be the battle in the LMP3 lead, and it's between the two Heisenfeld cars. It's going to be Jan Senkovsky and Fabian Seigman who are fighting it out on the circuit. And I don't know what the team would think about this one. Because, I mean, it's early on in the race, relatively, so you wouldn't necessarily feel the pressure from behind. They've got such a big lead over everybody else. But, of course, they don't necessarily want their drivers to have an incident and then lose time that way.
No, they'd rather... Oh, and here goes Seigman. He stuck his nose up the inside of Sentkowski, who was quick to react as we ride on board from the rear engine cover of the 149 Team Heisenfeld car, as we are fast approaching 20 minutes of hour number 2 being completed, and Sentkowski able to carry the momentum through the corners, but Seigman really, really good on the brakes. As now just spotted that the 377 Finnish Endurance Academy car has just pitted from the top 4 in the GT3 AM classification side of things. But Sentkowski being kept very, very honest by Seigman. And the respective last laps were... Oh, Seigman's getting really, really close as they go into Concours, now into Estoril here at turn 3, and Seigman to the inside. There was nearly enough room for him to look and get that move done, but as they head through Gulf and in towards the tight hairpin here at Adelaide, Seigman to the inside line. And is he going to make the move on Sentkowski? Sentkowski is not going to fight it. And that's one of the big things. Sentkowski used discretion as the better part of valor. He's going to slot in behind Seigman and help him be pulled along the circuit as they now head through at Nürburgring before the next corner at 180. And then it's going to be into the small chicane very soon at Imola.
Yes, it certainly is. And well, they'll be continuing to try and they'll see if they can regain the time that they lost, of course, by being behind as there's pit stops. I believe it is indeed in the GT3 field. It's that pit window. It's about 20 minutes later than the LMP2s, so potentially they might even be able to squeeze it out to having one pit stop less by the end of this 4-hour race. We will wait and see as to whether that will be possible, but I think the GT3s will be at least attempting for that. So if we see the LMP2s and the LMP3s come in on the hour every hour, then we'll see them in 3 times. That's Dennis Menzer, the number 222, who well, he finds himself off of the circuit, and that looks like he's is that steering problem on that car, as he wasn't able to get...
Oh yeah, the right front. That's definitely a meatball flag right there. And you can see, yeah, he's having to steer more right hand down than left hand down. So unfortunately for... Well, it's not definitely a meatball, but the thing is that Menzer's going to have to crawl that car to pit lane. At least with the right hand turns, he'll be fine. Yeah, also what you said about with regards to car number 91, basically it was declared as a frivolous appeal because since the appeal was merely opinion stroke argument and not presenting any new evidence. So yeah, race control can decide on what happens. Eric Galvez has just received a warning, and oh dear, right, you remember that incident between the 262 and the 30? Kostek Soloway is going to get a 30-second time penalty for major contact responsibility. So basically race control saw it that 30 shows the intent to overtake her. He hits the apex, and there's another car that has just got off exit stage left whilst Ovando closing in on Kerr. They've got another GT3 car in front of them, but whoever that was that just got caught out and got exited stage left. Hopefully that car has not hit trouble by hitting the barriers.
Yeah, let's certainly hope they aren't as well. We will hopefully get a replay of that at some point soon. And there we go. That's the top right corner of your screen. Ligier, who's really struggled with the conditions ever since he came out of the pit lane, and well, that's going to be another mistake to add to the list.
Yeah, and that just goes to show how quickly things can turn as Ovando and Kerr filtering their way through GT3 back marker traffic. Ovando's got a clear run into the sweeping right they go. And you can see the amount of sheen that is from the standing water that is still on the circuit. Meantime, there has been an overtake just manifested and completed. I think that was possibly by the 204 or maybe the 202. Maybe of Moreno, who's gone in to the pit lane. Ovando now through. That will be on Radovanovic for Jens Brothers competition, the GT3 AM class leader. So Ovando on a little bit of a comeback at the minute and has lost a bit of time. 1.5 seconds is now the gap between him and Kerr. So yeah, Floyd Kerr absolutely flying. I think Hyperion, they knew it was going to be a tricky opening hour, but we're not that far away. We're about 6.5 minutes or so until we hit halfway through hour number 2. Joel Aguilera is trying to get through on back marker traffic as well, and that is now also that's Otto Hietala for the number 91 BP Racing car that is just ahead. So Aguilera trying to go for broke to get P7 at the moment. There's still plenty of this race left to run, so thank you to everyone that has tuned in so far, hit live and direct here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Over 40 plus people at one point have been watching, but again, we are just seeing that a lot of drivers still, I mean, your heart goes out to people like Mika Scherhag from TSR Racing. That car was running a genuine P3 in the hands of Johannes Tauper, and now Mika Scherhag. Oh, Aguilera goes wide. That's not going to help the Fast Repair Motorsport number 2 car to close in on the number 91 for BP Racing just up ahead. But Aguilera quick to get that car pointing in the right way. And that's Eric Galvez closing in on, and has just got past Shelampon Asavanon for Fury Simsport in the number 231, and that is a change for 11th in the GT3 Pro classification. So Eric Galvez, in some respects now, with just over 2 hours and 35 minutes left to go on the timer here, Joe, Galvez has dusted himself off and decided, right, I'm going to put the racing horse blinkers on and see how I fare.
Yeah, he certainly is, and well, I don't blame him at all. I mean, there's not much that at this point. It's not necessarily, the race isn't the highest stakes at this point. It's later on in the race where he really needs to worry about fighting for position. But as I say, that the LMP3s and LMP2s are catching up to the field once again. And I think this is sort of it's going to be the point at which it becomes less the field catches up. That's very close, and that's going to cost Shalampon Asavanan all that time. He's gone in, I think he's just about kept it out of the wall, if not a light tap. And well, the fighting for these two LMP2s in behind has just, I think it's just been a domino effect. A little bit of a bump caused a little bit of a bump, caused a problem at the apex, and he went off.
Yeah, meantime, battle for P5 in the LMP3 classification. Rusty Spatulas with Hen Hakkanen behind the wheel has got Mike Bowen, who has been in the Echelon Simsport LMP3 SRR entry right from the green flag. So Mike Bowen, along with O'Connor for Rdoks, they have been in the car for the entirety of the race so far. And there we see picture in picture, that is MJ downforce for Dash's René Dressler, who's got Trevor Wawrowski just up ahead in the car that has now got a front bumper on it. after the pit stop phase. But Mike Bowen again just trying to close in on the car in front, gathering it up, and is only 3.5 tenths behind. So this battle for P5 between Rusty Spatulas and Echelon Simsport continues on at a lightning pace, and Bowen to the inside as Hakkinen goes deep and drops the ball, and that gave Mike Bowen an easy get through.
It did. That's going to be a shame, I think, from Mike Bowen to see himself drop like that. But we will see. Well, we will see what is going to happen. Not a shame, actually. Apologies there, as misspoke. I've misspoken a number of times. Broadcast, and it's just going to continue on, I think. But these drivers are going to continue on to what will be over 1.5 hours in, or we're just going to be right about 1.5 hours in, and it's been a decently built race so far. The drivers at the front have been the drivers who've held at the front, and the Jens Brothers competition right up the top, 7.1 seconds ahead. The GT3 Pro 31.6 ahead, and the GT3 Am 19.5 ahead. The only change is the high sync belt cars, who are 3.6 split, but the 148 looks much quicker than the 149 for now.
Okay, minor contact responsibility, stop and hold for car 244, and that has got Turner Schroll behind the wheel. That's the Hyperion Racing GT3 Pro Mercedes, and that is for contact with car 267. That was with Franz Schopfer for German SimRacing Red. So that's going to be a little bit of a smarting. Oh no, problems for Nicholas Hettinger for the team. Heusingveld 248 BMW and the GT3 Pros has just had a big old let go of traction on the back end. Not too sure if that might have been assisted, but Nicholas Hettinger rejoins in 5th position. So Luke Wallace in the 244 Hyperion car now gets through. That was a big moment there for Nicholas Hettinger, who has also been in there. Let's have a look at the replay. So Hettinger turns it in. Oh, it's on that curbing. It's caught so many people out, and Hettinger was so lucky he did not glance the barriers with the right front of that car.
That's exactly what I was going to say. How he managed to tap the wall there is very, very impressive. But now he's just got to try and rebuild. 5th place isn't too bad of a place to rebuild from. But yeah, it's just not where he was up to before. This is slightly further down in that GT3 Pro field. Trevor Vavroshki in 7th in the 203 GT Dynamics is looking to try and close in on the Enosis Esports car right up ahead of Miguel Angel Gallardo, and there's Rene Dressler right in behind them as well, ready to pounce. This is actually pretty close, because you've also got the likes of the number 321 Jens Brothers competition of Dominic Knockel in behind them, ready to pounce on any mistakes from them. So 1.8 splits him and the number 311 who we're watching on board with for now. This is the driver in 2nd place in the GT3 Am, and at the moment he's very much holding a candle to the pros.
Yeah, Rene Dressler behind the wheel of the 311, and he's giving both Mercedes something to think about at the moment. So it's not going to be an easy one for Rene Dressler, but that particular car there is still giving chase. Of course, when you got very different GT3 powertrains amidst this big bumper GT3 Pro and Amfield that we've got here for the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship, presented by Rdoks for round 3 of the series. And again, you can just see the slight undulations here at the second level de Magny-Cours, and Dressler very, very good on the brakes in the Mustang, and he's really closing in on Vavrovsky for GT Dynamics. And that battle between Gallardo and Vavrovsky at the moment is for P6 in the GT3 Pro classification. And Dressler at the moment still trying to chip away at that 19.4 second advantage for Nemanja Radovanovic in the number 394 Jens Brothers competition Aston Martin V8 Vantage GT3 that is currently leading the classification still at the moment. But the almighty lead that Jeremy Bournemouth for Nürburgring Esports Klostertal, and the 287 Mustang has got over the 278 as Joel Aguilera back at it again with Otto Hietala from BP Racing. This is the ongoing battle for P7. Aguilera before the apex gets round to the outside. Hietala tries to get the traction off the corner, and Hietala gets demoted. Great move there by Joel Aguilera that actually did the crisscross there, and I think in some respects Hietala got caught out somewhat.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he was just not quite expecting it, and now he's just got to try and snap himself back into action, snap himself mentally back into where he is fighting for and what he is fighting for exactly, which is at the moment 8th place in his class. And well, he's just going to scythe his way through the GT3 field without too much of a loss. He's going to hope, as that looks like it's going to be Marko Nolamaki, who's had a problem. The 377, he drops down in his field. So fair few mistakes coming out from the drivers here today. And well, it sort of comes down to who makes the least mistakes, I think, to who gets in the best positions at the end of this one, rather than necessarily the quickest drivers.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, they've got to be on their best behaviour, because race control, as we've seen multiple times, they have been looking through a multitude of incidents. I think we've got one that's been separated into two respective incidents there, and some that are under review, and penalties might be incoming for two of our LMP3 cars that have been battling tooth and nail at the sharp end of the top five all the way through the opening hour and a half of this race. But Marco Aguilera Moreno for Fast Repair Motorsport has made a good bit of a comeback here in the GT3 Pro class, and is catching Kevin Tavares in the Maniti Racing Black 278 car that is not that far up the road. The gap is now down to 1.2 seconds. And there's Nicholas Hettinger trying to get back on terms. That is Luke Wallace just in front for Hyperion Racing. This is the battle for P4. Hettinger to the inside. The BMW dives late on the brakes, and that is a beautiful move. Millimetre perfect by Nicholas Hettinger for Team Heusingfeld that gets through, and that's 4th position for that particular driver. That was a really, really good run by Hettinger, the man from Germany. And now Wallace is trying to come back, firing at him with all guns blazing.
He is, and is he going to get the opportunity to? That's going to be a whole other question, as well, they continue to fight it out. It's been very good racing in the GT3 Pros here today, as well, the race from a number of the different drivers has been sort of a mixed bag. You think the likes of the LMP3 drivers that have been, there's been quite a few of them who've had problems. So the likes of the Bunkersaurs, who came up on the screen just now in 8th place, they've had their fair share of problems. The 164 as well, who's had their own sorts of problems to deal with. And the TSR racing car of Mika Scherhag, who now has a drive-through penalty to contend with. So his race gets from bad to worse to worse to worse to worse. Which is very, very unfortunate for him. And well, there's another drive-through as well, this time for Mike Bowen. Both of them for minor contact responsibilities. Both of them are going to shake up that LMP3 field.
And that was for the incident that took out this man here, Ryan O'Connor, who was holding on to P3. Scherhag and Bowen had their elbows out. They both came into contact with each other, and O'Connor got taken out as a mere bystander. And it was only because of the sheer momentum of speed that both were carrying. And now O'Connor looking to try and get through on Colin Hopkins. Now that is the 177 Effect Simulators LMP3 car. So Ryan O'Connor has been in some respects kind of the Trojan horse in the LMP3 classification, as Ossi Beltola now sets the new fastest lap of the race for the number 25 Havu LMP2 car, and they are closing their gap to Max Meyer, which is now 7.6 seconds. But Ryan O'Connor has an opportunity if he can get through on the Jens Brothers competition car that he just literally quickly gets past without any secondary hesitation at all. So, more to the point, it is about how you manage this traffic, and it is not going to be easy by any shred of the imagination. There's the number 33 car, that's Garcia Blasco for XPD Racing in the LMP2 class that's just up ahead. He's currently P3, 13.1 seconds off of Havu, who are trying to close that gap in on Max Meyer. Dominic Knuckle now behind the wheel of the 321 car. So that car now back into P3. There goes Tommy Gallio Kuyala in the BP Racing number 2 car, the 391. And that was to the inside of Marco Nuloimaki for Finnish Endurance Academy White in the 377 Porsche 992 GT3R. That was a change for position. So Gallio Kuyala up to P7 in the GT3 AM class and making some headway through that very, very bumpy chicane where you literally have to throw the car over it. You've got no other choice.
Yeah, that is basically the case. And earlier on in the race, where there seemed to be a little bit of a wet patch on there, it caught out a number of the drivers, which is why we saw a number of spins down the straight. And I believe at one point there was actually 2 cars who were sideways at different points down the main straight. Having a look at the replay in the top left, top right even on your screens, and that's Martin Jeved in the 164 Rdoks setup shop, which has not gone well for them, and well, this race just goes from bad to worse for them. So they're just coming home now. I think they're trying to crawl home just to be able to get that finish on the board and pick up whatever dregs of points they're going to get the opportunity to. This is a fight for the positions at the top of the GT3 Anfield, as that's going to be knuckled through, and that's Eric Lopez round at the final corner. That's just what I was referencing. He's done it right again.
Manages to line it up with a perfect 360, does the Estonian. But again, their race has just gone, well, I mean, Eric's been behind the wheel for nearly an hour and 40 minutes, and there's got to be some give, of course, with the with these endurance races, you know, between 2 to 4 drivers. So there's a lot of racing going on at the moment, to be honest with you. And we've got Dominic Knuckle getting really interested in the battle in front as Vavrovsky loses a position to René Dressler. Now Knuckle needs to try and get through on Vavrovsky, and he dives to the inside, gets through because Vavrovsky, I think, didn't want to have any part of that. So now we've got Ford versus Aston Martin. This is for P2 in the GT3 AM classification as they go through Grand Courbe again, through turns 1 and 2 into Estoril here at turn 3, and then it's the run through the right-hand kink through here at Gulf very shortly before the hard braking zone for the hairpin at turn 5 at Adelaide. And Knuckle really starting to knuckle down and get on with it and close in onto that Mustang. Now they go into Adelaide. He's going to wait for the opportunity. Can he get the traction out of the corner in comparison with Dressler in front? Not quite. Of course, very different powertrain solutions. 4-litre twin-turbo V8 behind, well, in the front of this Aston Martin, and then a 5.4-litre V8 in the front of that in the pony car just in front. So Dressler, in terms of sheer grunt and sheer performance, aka horsepower, is able to pull a little bit of a gap, and that's now gone up to about 0.4 of a second. As this is a wonderful onboard with Dominic Knuckle, as you're actually seeing the exhaust pipes on the side of this Aston Martin. Now, is that the opportunity that Knuckle was looking for? Yes and no, but in the meantime, he's got an LMP3 car coming close to him. I think that might be Ryan O'Connor again. I'm not sure.
Right. I mean, Ryan O'Connor's had a dramatic race, hasn't he? So I believe you would be right in that case. And well, he's had his fair share of screen time over the last few the last couple of hours as we start to approach the halfway mark, and at the moment they're just hoping to try and make their way through as soon as they're possibly able to, and just maybe continue the fight. Dominic Nurkel is just going to try and avoid them to get out of the way, and then hopefully René Dressler is going to avoid him and get out of the way of him, as this is actually a fight for position that Ryan O'Connor is involved in. It's the effect simulations of Colin Hopkins up ahead in the 177, and this is actually for third place in that LMP3 class. So they're both high stakes battles, and they managed to avoid each other without much of a problem, and now it just allows them to race fair and race clean rather than try and use the other cars as dirty tactics.
Yeah, exactly. I think one of the things that Ryan O'Connor will not want to happen, but may try and force, is a mistake from Colin Hopkins for the Effect Simulators 177 car that rounds out the top three. But now, Team 148 with Fabian Siegmann now leads the LMP3 class by a whopping 8.5 seconds. Make that 8.8 seconds and climbing. They're looking for 3 successive SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship wins this season, as Kevin Tavares is now closing in on Moreno in the 202 fast repair Lamborghini. So this is an on-track battle for P2 in GT3 Pro. Lamborghini Huracan versus the Mustang. And when you do have cars that have the same amount of litre displacement, one has got 2 cylinders less, but is able to really power out of the cars. I mean, when the Mustang GT3 first hit the iRacing service, there were a lot of people that were kind of thinking, well, this car isn't much cop. But as the months and the weeks have gone by, there's a lot of people that have found a lot of love for the Mustang in the GT3 ranks. And again, we're seeing a lot of Fords populating the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship presented by Rdoks grid for this season here in 2025. So Kevin Tavares absolutely yeeting that Mustang over the curbs, and someone has just got off in front. That's another Mustang. Now, who on earth was that? That was a red stickered car, and I didn't quite catch who that was, but someone had lost it coming out of that bumpy final chicane and might have just put it in the barriers. It might be the Stint 1 Motorsport SCC car, and that's with Dennis Menza, who's had real dramas since jumping behind the wheel of the 222.
Yeah, real dramas, and it's unfortunate, as we'll see what happens with them for the remainder of this race. Of course, they've dropped back to second to last now in the overall field, 3 DNFs. So the 45 cars that we started with has been whittled down to 42, and Dennis Menza is 41st overall. Antti Pehala, as that's very wide. Sorry, the name didn't confuse me. The driver going wide did, but that's going to be just... There's a couple of moments for drivers, I think, on this race, and it's been a consistent part of this throughout, where it's just been... we'll cut over to somebody and someone goes very wide.
Well, Ryan O'Connor, I mean, he nearly engaged turbo boost on the LMP3 car there for a moment, because he's got the Heisingveld 248 BMW just in front as he's trying to close down in on Colin Hopkins. Trevor Vavrovsky for GT Dynamics goes side by side. He goes off and kicks up a lot of standing water, but manages to keep the car all 4 wheels on terra firma. But Ryan O'Connor, I thought he was about to gather a set of wings underneath that 162 Ligier JSP 320, and it went all 4 wheels skywards, and I thought you were lucky to hang on to that. And what's even more impressive is the fact he's closed in again on Colin Hopkins as they get through on, I think, Dominic Nurkel, I believe, in the 321 car. So Ryan O'Connor again just showcasing what pace he has, as now we are seeing possibly well, there was one car in the pits that I just noticed in the LMP2 side of things, but O'Connor I said he was being a bit of a Trojan horse. He's a dark horse at the moment because he's still putting Colin Hopkins from Effect Simulations under real pressure for that third place in LMP3. It's like he's like a dog with a toy that just won't let go.
Or a gothic Trojan horse. Alternatively, if we're going to go along the dark horse theme. But yeah, Ryan O'Connor remained very, very close in there as the pit stop window has started to open up once again for the LMPs. I saw the first couple of LMP2s dive in a couple of laps ago. Now the LMP3s have started, so a little bit of a shorter stint from some of them. It'll be interesting to see how they stack up towards the end. Of course, that is going to be Jan Senkowski, the leader of that LMP3 class, in the pit lane at the top right of your screens. He's not quite going to be second. Well, he is going to be second even as Fabian Seigman comes out of the pit lane. I think a little bit of a timing board malfunction. As well, it says Segman is in the lead of the race but came out in behind, so well, we'll be very interested to see how that one develops. No, never mind, it is Segman who is going to be in the lead of it. I think for a lot of drivers it's the opportunity, it's the time to make the switch of drivers in the car as opposed to just the just strapping on a new set of boots and going back out there refueling the car as well. I think it makes sense for them to be just going out there and having a refresh for the last 2.25 hours of this race, because the longer they can extend that first stint, the better. And if they're able to extend it to over halfway, then that's very impressive. But if they want to go for the undercut, then that will benefit them at the end of the race, and it just comes down to the confidence in the later stages of drivers.
Yeah, and obviously with the driver change, it means that the other driver that's been battling through these conditions for nearly the best part of 2 hours, we're about a minute and a half away from hitting 1 hour and 50 minutes completed as Moreno, and oh, that was very, very close, very, very close there for the Magny-Cours Racing Black Mustang of Kevin Tavares, who was on the flashes to the car that's just gone up the inside of him. And again, that has lost Tavares time as Moreno. Oh! No! Tavares has just spotted coming out of the final chicane and hit the barriers.
Oh dear, that's huge for Kevin Tavares, and that's huge for the GT3 pros. That basically confirms that he won't get a podium, especially if he's having such a long recovery time like this. And yeah, he drops down somehow only to 4th place. Is that going to be 5th when the next couple of cars cross? No, it's still remaining in 4th, but a huge moment from Kevin Tavares. And with the pace of the other GT3s, he's going to struggle to make his way back up. We're going to get a race replay here of exactly what's happened to him. That's just grass on the right-hand side of the car as you try and go full throttle. That's just not going to work. And unfortunately for Tavares, and unfortunately for the Black Magny-Cours Racing car, that's going to be it for the fight for P3, at the very least for now.
Yep, and that car has got no aerodynamic downforce pushing the rear end down, so that car is going to be looser than a NASCAR Xfinity Cup Series vehicle at the Daytona 500. But at the moment, Dominic Nuckel now is up to P2 and has got through fine. He's broken the deadlock and has gapped René Dressler for MJ Downforce for Dash by 4.4 seconds. And there's going to be quite a big old gap, 24.4 seconds between him and the sister car that is still being piloted by Nemanja Radovanovic in the GT3 AM lead. But of course they're coming up to lap GT3 back marker traffic, which will include the Finnish endurance racing crew as they go through the chicane. And once again, right, well, Eric Rojas has been given a warning from race control for aggressive driving, and so let's see, we've got a replay coming up now, and this is Dominic Nuckel on René Dressler, and Dressler gets pit boxed in by an LMP2 car or two. Oh, there's contact! And that was with the Nürburgring Esports car at the LMP2 division. So it was a little bit of a squeeze between them, but it was no fault of René Dressler as he got tagged because the LMP2 car saw, I think, might have just clocked right last second, Dominic Nuckel trying to go towards the inside to take advantage and inadvertently clatters into René Dressler, who now is in P3 in the class and is closing that gap. That gap has come down, actually. It was for 4.5 seconds. It's now around about the 3.5 second mark as Henna Hukkanen in the Rusty Spatula's number 112 car closing in on Echelon Simsport's Jack Wilkins. This is the battle for P4 in the LMP3 class, and more to the point, well, Ryan O'Connor has now got a 35.5 second lead over, get this, what is effectively 4th place in the class, as Hukkanen trying to close in on Wilkins. The gap between them is about 0.4 of a second.
Certainly is, and it's going to, I think, get even closer and closer as Henna Hukkanen is just getting so close to the back of that LMP3 right ahead of him. There's about 0.8 of a second splitting the two at the moment, and it feels as though the Rusty Spatula's car is able to remain in it. What's been so good about this race is that there has been at least one battle on circuit all the way through, pretty much, and well, it's the opportunity now to see yet another one as well. We will be getting to the GT3 pit stops in a while, I think, but the LMP3 and the LMP2 pit stops look like they may well have come to an end.
Yeah, and another car that is currently on the move is Ross O'Connor. Henna Hukkanen closing in once again on Jack Wilkins for that 4th place in LMP3s. Got a replay coming up now. Let's have a look at Antti Pilalaya. Oh, the 25. Now that car was running second. Oh, that's code brown cleanup on aisle 3 in the supermarket for the number 25 from Finland. Lucky to hang on to that. We've seen it before where now Hukkanen gets through. Now that was a great move there by Henna Hukkanen. Died to the inside using GT3 backmarker traffic and slingshots past Jack Wilkins as if the 129 from Echelon Simsport was standing still.
Yeah, as if it was, and of course it wasn't, but it's kind of like a moving chicane at that point is the way that I would describe it, as well, these drivers will continue to fight throughout the remainder of the next at least 5 minutes before we cross over to what will be the halfway point in this race. And what a race it has been so far for a fair few drivers, including all of the leaders who've eked out a minimum of 13 seconds and a maximum of 41.6 seconds. So it might be shortly that we might be seeing drivers in the same class coming through and lapping each other, and that creates a whole nother dynamic, doesn't it?
It does indeed. We just saw a replay in the top right hand corner. René Dressler losing the back end of the MJ downforce for Dash Ford Mustang just a few moments ago. Holds on to P3 at the moment, but has lost a lot of time to Dominic Nuckel, as we've got this is the battle for P5. Francesco Petterlin through on Ross O'Connor, who has taken over from Floyd Kerr in the number 4 Hyperion Racing LMP2 class cars, so change for P5 in that. So now Petterlin, who is another driver that has been through the ringer in this race, which is just under 5 minutes away from hitting the halfway point, not just of this race, but I think by the time we finish this race, it will be we'll be halfway through the season, and then there'll just be 3 more rounds to go. All of them will be taking place over a duration of 4 hours, as Henna Hukkanen has got Jack Wilkins to the inside, and it's going to be a right-hander coming in, so the Rusty Spatula's 112 defends its line, and that would have been through Adelaide at turn 5. So Henna Hukkanen once again closing the door so Jack Wilkins cannot fire one back up the inside.
Yes, he won't get the opportunity to just yet, but I mean, 4th place at the moment, not too bad for him, and he's going to hope to hold on to it for now. The driver in 5th hopes to close in. Ross O'Connor switching back to him for what feels like the millionth time in this race, is fighting Petterlin up ahead and maybe looking to the inside, not quite yet. He's trying to seek every single opportunity he can to pull alongside the car in front of him, the number 88 of Francesco Petterlin in the Absolute Motorsports Acelith, and well, he'll get the chance hopefully to maybe put alongside. We're going to get some, I think, good racing between these two. Of course, they're at this point, so they've not made many, if any, mistakes. So they're able to fight for what is overall 4th place, or 5th place even. But what we have seen is some very good fights between them, and I believe the top... the top 3 are holding position as well. That looks as though... What's happened?
There's a GT3 car in the barriers that is missing its rear wing, and I've got a feeling it might be the Finnish Endurance Academy 992 GT3R. So that chicane again has caught somebody out, and now we have got a safety car after a big amount of time in green flag racing, which has been the best part, I think, of just over an hour and a half, or close to an hour and a half of racing. So we have got a full course yellow combined with our 3rd safety car of round number 3 here at Circuit Naval de Magny-Cours. Well, with that in mind, we're going to go to a brief break here on the live stream, and we'll be back with you in just a few moments' time. So that was the incident that brought out the safety car for the 3rd time, Ulemarki, for the Finnish endurance racing team, ending up coming a cropper on the chicane there out of the final complex. And again, we've got the wave arounds happening, which will mean that very soon we'll be going to green. But again, that chicane has just been the bane of everyone's existence here today for round 3, Joe.
Certainly has. It's very much looking like it's been a real struggle here today to get that wet patch sorted in the middle. I think it might be a wet patch at least, or at least it's a lot more aggressive than the drivers are expecting, as the safety car does appear as though it looks like it might be coming in this lap, and then we'll be getting going once again. It's Boeing leading with Jens Brothers competition. Of course, it's the pace car right now, but it'll be moving out of the way very quickly as Marius Rommelfanger. What's happened to him? Oh, he's just had a moment coming out of the pits. The cold tyres weren't responding. He tried to go too quickly, and that has really cost him some time, but altogether not too much, considering the way that the Nürburgring esports car has had his race. The lights are back on, so I think we might be going for a little while longer under this safety car. But yeah, it's I mean, it's a good moment, I think, in this race to have a safety car. It's about halfway through. The racing had just started to die down, so it's giving us an opportunity to really fire into life once again.
Yeah, well, I mean, you remember what we had within the first, 10 to 20 minutes? We had one safety car, then we had another safety car, and then afterwards, everyone just seemed to hit their stride a little bit, and that was quite a good thing to see. We did, so 2 respective incidents, one GT3, one LMP2, that caused the safety car to be brought out here, as still we got some of the usual suspects. Nemanja Radovanovic for Jens Brothers competition has been behind the wheel for 2 hours in that 394 Jens Brothers competition Aston Martin V8 Vantage GT3, and it's going to be quite interesting because the sister car, piloted by Dominic Nickel, who's going to be feeling a little bit fresher, is going to be not that far back away from him, and there he is. I mean, yes, there's a few cars in between them, but it is going to be the case of once the wave rounds have happened, then again we're going to have, as per the safety car restart procedure, that the LMP3s will then end up being 3 to 5 seconds back from the back of the LMP2 crowd, and then same would be said with regards to GT3s and LMP3s in terms of who's leading there. And Arda Muldersu for Nürburgring Esports Klostertal continues to lead. That car is pretty much led all the way through in terms of the GT3 Pro classification. Marco Aguilera Moreno has been behind the wheel as the right, that was the team Hoisingveld 248, so Niklas Hettinger is going to go in, and I would imagine there'll probably be more than likely a driver change. This is the perfect opportunity, I would say, for maybe the GT3s, Joe, at some point to maybe get themselves into that window of maybe try and get the undercut on some of the opposition.
Potentially so, and we are seeing a couple of drivers in the pit lane right now. Examples being the GT3s who've taken that opportunity to pit. So I mean, it's very likely that you might be seeing some drivers who've taken the advantage and gone for that undercut. But at the same time, because of the time that it's come out, it's awkward because it's in between the LMP2 and LMP3 pit stop windows and the GT3 pit stop windows. It's just that awkward moment in between. I think 20 minutes earlier would have very much benefited the LMP3s. 20 minutes later, it would have benefited the GT3s a lot more. So it's kind of a little bit of a struggle to make it to the point at which they want to be at now in the if they are to pit now.
Yeah, but one of the other things that they can also do, I mean, Leo Boeing now behind the wheel of the Jens Brothers competition car, having taken over from Maximilian Meyer, who did an epic first half of the race for the leading car. And well, the thing is, Jens Brothers competition had a difficult first round at Portimao, and then they came back firing, finished P2 last time out in Barcelona. Of course, the remainder of the calendar is going to be the fact that we head to Misano as round 4. Jerez will be round 5, and then Spa-Francorchamps will be the 6th and final round of the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship presented by Rdoks. There you see from the helicam shot, very, very misty, very, very much a saturated circuit, and more to the point, this is closing up the field rather nicely, Joe, as we do like it when there's a good old safety car restart.
Certainly do. It'll be great to see the action on the circuit as all the drivers are starting to come together now. And, well, in particular, in the LMP2 field, it should be very, very exciting because they've not seen each other for a while, and it has, unfortunately, slashed down the leads in each of the respective classes. That's what I think they'll be slightly frustrated about, because those leads were huge, and now the opportunity's opened up for the drivers who weren't in the lead to have a chance to actually fight for it, because they've pushed to make that lead happen. They've done all the hard work. They're probably a bit more fatigued. Everybody else behind not quite had that same opportunity to push. Now is their time more than ever. Yeah,
and Callum Lux now back behind the wheel of the Jens Brothers competition number 321, which was the original GT3 AM class leader, and at one point was running P3 in GT3 overall. So that gap is going to come down significantly to the point where Callum Lux will be behind the 394, and more cars going into the pit lane at this point. So we will see a lot of changes up and down the order, with some cars heading in there. So still under safety car conditions, Fabian Siegmann for the current LMP3 class leaders. The 148 of Team Heusingveld looking to do the treble and be the only team that will have had a perfect score so far in this season of the series. But again, they're doing all the wave rounds, so LMP3s now getting in front of GT3s. So probably when that is all said and done, all the LMP3 cars in their respective lines, will then see us have the lights extinguished on the safety car, ready to go back to green. But there's still a few more cars making their way through at the moment. But yeah, it's going to be rather testing for the drivers and the teams over the next just under 2 hours, as we have got an extended safety car period. The lights are still on the Porsche 911 safety car as things stand, but now with the gaps pretty much lowered to the point where some drivers are like going, oh, I built up a 30-second lead, and now it's just been whistled away into obscurity, into the thin air up above, and now they've got to fight to try and get that back again. But it's not going to be easy at this point, as we're more than halfway through this 4-hour enduro here at Magny-Cours.
No, it's definitely not going to be easy. That's going to be the worst word to describe it. I think it's going to be more of a case of we'll just see how it goes. If it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And yeah, we will see how it all does stack up towards the end of the race, which of course we are halfway through discovering the results of round number 3 of this season. And it's been a good season so far, of course. Around 3 of 8, so still a lot of the proceedings to go. But this race has it's been pretty good. I mean, I've not seen many endurance races around Magny-Cours, so I'm not necessarily the most well versed in seeing endurance races around this circuit. But it's just, I think it's delivered today what it needed to out of a track. It's got a difficult segment, which is the final chicane. It's had a little bit of rain sprinkling around. It's been very, very good to watch. Overall, it has been here as well. The Circuit de Magny-Cours, of course, it's sorry, the Circuit de Magny-Cours. It does host endurance races, but not to this extent. I mean, the highest one that it does is the GT World Challenge Europe, which of course we tried to replicate here, and that will be a sprint race that they will be racing. So it's going to be, I believe, it's going to be just 1 hour races that they have around there. So 4 hours, it's a whole different story, and it's one that the drivers will not be necessarily used to.
Yeah, well, Magny-Cours for a number of years through the FFSA GT Championship, has run here for a multitude of years, and we still will have an extended period of this safety car. So still waiting for everyone to get into their respective lineups. So I think LMP3s are probably close to being completely done. GT3 Pros are. So we have 1 hour and 48 minutes for this third of 6 rounds. So all of them will be 4-hour enduros. And so safety car, we have been told, will be in this lap. So folks, once again, it's time to settle down. And it's time to watch some interesting racing. So the last 3 rounds on the calendar: Misano, 4 hours, January the 10th, on the Grand Prix circuit. Then the second Angel Nieto in Jerez will be the Moto GP variation, February the 7th, and then March the 7th on the full 7.004 kilometer variation of Spa-Francorchamps will round out this series' 6-round calendar. So now it's time for the drivers to get themselves ready to go back to green. Leon Boying will lead the field across the line in the number 0 Jens Brothers competition. The work that Leon Boying and also Maximilian Meyer have done so far have kept the team in contention for being at the sharp end of the field once this car, but there are cars in between Leon Boying and Alberto Blasco in the 33 car, and it's also looks to be the same with LMP3. That there's going to be funny enough, Ryan O'Connor, Joe, is now up into P2 in LMP3 and is about a second behind Fabian Siegmann in the 148 Team Heusingfeld, who are looking for a third successive maximum score of 100 points. But who knows, maybe that Rdoks set up shop 162 could fire themselves a little bit further up into the top 5 after this round with the job that Ryan O'Connor has done. And he's been in the car since the very beginning, as we now eclipse 2 hours and 15 minutes of total time since we went green first time out.
We'll see when they go back to green flag racing. But yeah, the testament to the drivers who've been able to survive this long, going over 2 hours in this race on the Magny-Cours circuit, and sometimes struggling with it, I think, a little bit. But on the whole, I mean, to be able to keep it in the straight line for the majority of 2 hours is an impressive job, and all these drivers will... I think there's testament to be had for these drivers to be just putting in similar laps, lap after lap after lap. Consistency is key, and that's what we're going to be seeing around the final corner then, as Leon Boeing is going to be leading away. The pace car comes in the light is going to go green. The flag will drop and we'll get back to racing for the 3rd time here today. And Leon, look at that start from him, as that's the car going slowly. I think just a lapped car trying to get out of the way of everybody else, but that's a lightning start from the Jens Brothers competition number 0, who's already eked out a gap of 1.2 seconds. What about the LMP3s? Well, Heissenfeld's number 148 has done a good job as well. He's already eked out a similar gap of 1.2. So huge gaps already. The LMP2 and LMP3 leaders in a strong position. What can the GT3 AM leader do, Nemanja Radovanovic? He can spin it. He's spun it on the exit of the first corner, and he's bottled that lead at a crucial time in the race. And that is going to break his momentum significantly. It's only dropped him to P5, but it's dropped him all the way to the back of that field.
Oh dear, that was a big faux pas from Radovanovic, and that has really allowed him. Oh, and there's been further drama a little bit further back. Oh, Francesco Petelin backwards in the gravel, and the 88 recovers. Senkowski in the 149 Team Heusingveld car, now behind Rusty Spatulas in the 112, as Ross Booth is currently sitting in P6 behind the Olivier's. Oh, and there's, oh no, this is going to cause big problems. And Danny Santo Adamutursu from the lead in GT3 Pro, and Callum Lux also involved. Oh, I don't like seeing it where everyone is, like, everyone's checking up, everyone's missing. I mean, if that brings out another safety car, I won't be at all surprised, but a lot of people, after minimal contacts, the odd occasional body part, or here, well, panel of a car moving into the air, as there's Javier Berengel, that is in the 202 fast repair car. Oh, this is a bit worrying. 2x2 Noah's Ark style into turn 1, and there's 3 off already, including the 248 Heusingveld car. Luke Wallace, how on God's green earth did you hang on to that?
Fair play there to Luke Wallace. That was a very, very scary moment, but, well, great job from the 244, as we're going to get a replay here on your screens of what's happened in that first incident. Nobody seems to want to lead this GT3 AM class, and they look like a little bit, yeah, desync from the driver, and just appeared inside Callum Lutz sideways, which just caused massive carnage.
Well, his front end got literally taken off, and then the bumper reappeared on the car. So I think one of the Manisi cars got involved. It was literally GT3s strewn as far as your peripheral vision could actually see at that point. And I think the 203's lost its front bumper again. GT Dynamics, and Ross Booth was behind the wheel of that car when that happened. So, Ross, you got no front bumper, mate. You're gonna have to run to your next pit stop with that one. It just goes to show. We've got another replay here. Raichinov at negative delta. Now this is coming out of the final corner into Concours, and this is where it all goes horribly. Oi! Raichinov has a little touch with the 240. Oh, and Raichinov punts the barriers of the front end of the Merc really, really hard. Well, behind the wheel of the 248 was Sandro Petroziello. Zenkowski now back up into P3 in the 149 Heusingveld car. And yeah, all I can say is, what on earth is everyone doing at the minute? Well, Ross Booth is not done yet. He's gunning for what is, well, that was the people that were in the class lead. Bit of a check-up between the pair. And Mordosu is going to lose time again. And that is because Luke Wallace has just got through, but the pair are going to be side by side very briefly as both Mercs get through on the Mustang. And unfortunately for Ardon Mordosu, that is going to be a bitter pill that he's going to have to swallow. Sandro Marsani in the Olivier's Vibe Sports red car is closing in. Now this is the battle for P2 with German SimRacing Red to the inside. Marsani nearly loses the back end, but gathers it back up again. He gets ahead by about half a car length. And Lars Witzig now behind the wheel of the German SimRacing Red car to the outside. Marsani over the curbs. Witzig to the outside through the final chicane and just gets through. Marsani's front bumper has gone flying off the car.
Well, that's not what you want to see at all if you're Sandro Marsani, especially at this point in the race where you were fighting so hard. And as it was around the final corner, he's got to go for an entire other lap before he can get that front bumper fixed. And that's going to be...
Did he get hit?
Right there. Sandro Marsani. Not sure if he got hit or if he just had a loss of downforce. Either way, he's struggling.
That was Danny Santo in the 204. There goes the 202 round the outside. So Sandro Marsani has just lost out to both fast has lost out to both fast repair motorsport Lamborghini Huracans. So finds himself behind Danny Santo, with Javier Berenguel getting through past the pair of them. And I think it might have been Danny Santo that made the contact on Marsani. So there we go. So here is the move. It was Berenguel that, well, I think there might have been a slight bit of Mr. Internet involved in that, bit of netcode possibly. But Marsani loses 2 positions, now runs P5 in the GT3 Pro class. Ionosis Esports at the 229 is leading the way, with Miguel Gallardo behind the wheel of that car. German SimRacing Red, Lars Vatzig behind the wheel. And then there is Leon Boying. Oh, well, there's been a big change, because Jens Brothers Competition are no longer leading the way. Alberto Garcia Blasco has gotten through. Now, I'm wondering whether Leon Boying has had a drama in the meantime that has meant that he has dropped the car down to P2. And what's more, there are still other battles in the LMP2 class. Bearing in mind, you've got Solpec Precision Racing in P3. Ross O'Connor has got the Hyperion Racing number 4 car up to 4th place and is closing that gap. And there's a replay. Leon Boying, oh dear, just completely goes off the circuit, kicks up all the gravel and loses the lead to Alberto Blasco from XPD Racing, as Javier Berenguel closing in on Lars Vatzig for the 2nd position in the GT3 Pro classification side of things. So Javier Berenguel closing in, trying to get the job done, 3.5 tenths of a second. And look at the fog lights on the Lamborghinis. They are both ablaze on those pair of fast repair motorsport Lamborghinis. And again, Berenguel looking to the inside. Vatzig nearly gets a snap-on oversteer at moments, but manages to hold on. And this is allowing Ionosis Esports to go up the road by about 12.5 seconds. But again, the fast repair motorsport Lamborghinis, I don't know whether if Danny Santo, did he hold it? No, he didn't, and he's in the barriers.
Yeah, that's a shame for Danny Santos there, into the barriers, and that is a huge shame for him. As well, I mean, you were mentioning about the car number 4 earlier on, the it is the Hyperion, apologies, the Hyperion Racing car of Ross O'Connor, who has just made his way up to 3rd place on the podium. He has a drive-through penalty for a safety car infringement, which means that this is futile, the fighting that he's doing at the moment, but he's still going to do it nonetheless. There is a couple of other penalties that have just come through. The number 311 has picked up a 20-second stop-go for moderate contact responsibility, and that is going to be the M&J downforce for Dashers. That's going to be a battle for the lead of the race that continues. Boying going for the outside line, couldn't quite find it, and has compromised his exit, so he won't be going through just yet. And then just going back to the penalties, just one more for the 287. He's picked up a drive-through, and so that's some huge penalties handed out. That was because of a safety car infringement, as some drivers struggled with the reaction times of that restart. But Boeing still trying to fight here with Alberto Garcia Blanco for this race lead. This is the overall lead, and this is the overall lead that they had managed to eke out to such a huge gap. He looked to the outside line on the previous couple of corners. He hasn't had the opportunity just yet, but with a poor exit like that, the XPD Racing car is looking a bit vulnerable.
Yeah, the 287 Ardon Moldoso moved out of corridor before passing to pass before the start-finish line. And that is a big no-no on a safety car infringement. Leon Boying now closing in on Garcia Blasco. This is for the race lead. Into Grand Courbe they go through turns 1 and 2. Now into Estoril here at 3, and then it's got to be a good run by the number 0 as they'll head through into Gulf very shortly, and then it will be a hard braking tight right hand hairpin at turn 5. Leon Boyne to the outside. Is he going to chance it? He is. To the outside he goes on Garcia Blasco. They are literally wheel arch to wheel arch. Leon Boyne giving him several hip checks. There's another bit of contact. Into the right hander they go. Who's going to come out on top? Leon Boyne having to use a little bit of runoff area. And there is, of all people, Ross O'Connor, who takes complete advantage again. Forget the fact he's got a drive-through penalty. Leon Boyne and Alberto Garcia Blasco for 5 to 6 corners were side by side and neither was giving an inch.
Incredible stuff, and that's exactly what you want to see at this level of racing, with just such good fighting. Of course, there's been a few moments today where the racecraft hasn't quite been at the level we'd like it to be. Lots and lots of spins, especially in the wetter earlier parts of the session. It's dried off now, and so we're getting some great racing action on our hands. Leon Boyne around the final couple of corners trying to get the run on the Hyperion 4 ahead of him, but can't quite do so neither. Are going to make a move into the first corner. They're going to remain in position, and it looks like they're going to remain in position until the next straight rolls around. None of them really have the cornering speed to catch up, but the XPD is caught up to a GT3 car. That could be huge, because now they're going to come through lap traffic. Now it could switch on a dime, because they're going to try and take the opportunities and make their way through on the GT3 cars, but at the same time try and get through on an LMP2, and that might be a late lunge there from the Jens Brothers competition car. It is indeed a late lunge, and it's one that works out. It's a rub, but rubbing is racing, and well, the Jens Brothers competition number 0 still tries to remain alongside, and it looks like the Hyperion car has managed to hold on to the position in the end. There's not quite enough of a run for that third place, and that opens up the opportunity for Graham Sanders in the Solpet Precision Racing car to stick his nose in this fight.
Around the outside of the 231 Fury Simsport 296 Ferrari as someone goes off the grass. That was the I think that was the possibly the Nürburgring car, the 87. That's a way back where, after its dramas in this race, after Dennis Visa hit the barriers. But Graham Sanders now needs to just bide his time a little bit here. Just play it cool as we are coming down to the last 90 minutes. Back market traffic playing its hand into the LMP2 side of things as, well, Ross O'Connor comes in, and I think to serve that drive-through penalty releases everybody else. And that means that Graham Sanders for Solpec Precision Racing now in P3, 6 tenths behind Leon Boyne for Jens Brothers competition in the 0, who's also trying to filter his way through back marker traffic, and that does include one of the Fast Repair Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan GT3s. Stop and hold penalty for 311. Oh no! Rene Dressler for MJ Downforce for Dash is going to get a stop and hold for moderate contact responsibility. That could put Maniti Racing White maybe to the class lead in GT3 AM, as Luke Wallace in the Hyperion Racing number 244 is having to deal with LMP2 traffic coming through, one of which being Graham Sanders, one of which I think being the number 87, and that has got Marcus Hommelfenger behind the wheel of that car. And Wallace at the moment is closing in on the Firefly E-Racing red car of Sandro Marsani, and I think has just got, well, no, hasn't gotten quite through yet. No, that car's just up ahead. So both cars, Mercedes-Benz's, as one of the, I think that's Havu just going through in the 25 car. They have really closed up in on the LMP2 side of things, and again that chicane, and it's that exit curbing that is what is causing problems for the drivers, especially when they run a little bit too wide and catch that dirt, that really saturated wet side of the AstroTurf and the exit curbing. But again, it's about it's about measuring those millimeters here in making your way through back marker traffic, and that's what the LMP2s are going to have to do very soon on the GT3s. That's going to what the LMP3s are going to have to do, and we go through this ever perpetuating cycle, time in, time out. 1 hour, 28 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. Leader in LMP2 is the XPD Racing LMP2 number 33. LMP3 is the Team Huizenveld number 148. GT3 Pro is Ionosis Esports in the 229. And MJ Downforce for Dash 311 is the GT3 AM class leader. However, with less than 90 minutes to go here in round 3 out of 6 for the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship presented by Rdoks, the tight nature of the circuit here at Circuit Naval de Magny-Cours is absolutely turning this championship up and down, upside down on its head like a sand timer that needs resetting.
It certainly is. It's throwing it all up in the air as now this is getting very close. Sandro Petrozelli is on the inside. There is a lot of contact between the two. He's made his way through, but I don't think the driver that he got through will be very happy with it. The Fast Repair Motorsport is likely to have a question about that one, but it was a huge send that, I mean, once you've committed, you can't really back out of. This is Lars Vodstrig. He's in the fight for second place at the moment in the GT3s, and well, he's got the GT Dynamics 203 in behind him. He's going to hope that there's no such similar moments for the car in behind when it comes to fighting. That's a very, very well done on the brakes. That's a huge advantage that he's just managed to gain in the car in behind. And it's looking like Ross Booth is going to shape this move up rather than, well, he's looking like he's going to shape this move up when, rather than if even.
Yeah, Lars Wetzig for German SimRacing Red holding on to second position as Lukas Hofrichter is behind the wheel of the number 311, and well, with that you can see now there is Norbert Frank in the Magny Racing White number 379 is closing in. That gap is now 0.3, 0.4 of a second, so the Ferrari has got to get through. I think that's the 377. Well, that Porsche looks rather second-hand. No bonnet, no bumper. The cooling's rather exposed on that 992 GT3R. And what the biggest thing is, the biggest bone of contention is for the 379 of Magny Racing Whites. They need to get past that car ASAP in order to close in on Hofrichter, who I would imagine, have they served that pit stop though for that drive-through penalty? They haven't, so they'll only have a certain window in which to do it, otherwise that will be a black flag.
It feels like a sooner rather than later situation for them, as this is at the top of the GT3 AM field. The Magny Racing White car was right on the back of the M&J Downforce for Dash, very similarly in the way that the Jens Brothers competition car all over the back of the XPD Racing EMIX for the fight for first place. Is flashing on the front of that LMP2 just to try and get that GT3 out of the way. Picked up all of the slipstream, so used all of the advantage that he could get out of it, as well now he continues to head through and really tries to hammer home the opportunity that he may well be able to get on this XPD Racing car shortly. It's been a very well managed race from the Jens Brothers competition team, but the XPD Racing car, benefiting from that later on safety car, has it's really spiced things up, as the GT Dynamics car, I think, has German sim racing. Here we go down the main straight on the inside line for the Jens Brothers team, and that is a clean move into the first place. What a move that is to make his way past Alberto Garcia Blasco.
Manages to get through on the Maradnas McLaren in the meantime, and now the top three, that is Boeing, Blasco and Sanders, they are covered by less than a second, and this is for the overall race lead. Meantime, Luke Wallace closing in on Sandro Marsani in the Firefly E-Racing red car. That is for P3 in class, as we run aboard with the 244 from Hyperion Racing. Also competing in other respective championships is Hyperion, including the Autobahn Sports Car Challenge, which is a very long series which runs its way all the way through to April of next year. But yeah, Luke Wallace just trying to do what he can and close in on the 241. Marzani is going to be, well, you can see how close they are to Lars Vetzig. So this is battle not just for third, this is for P2 in the class. And Ross Booth, who now leads GT3 Pro overall, is only 1.4 seconds up the road. So Luke Wallace is waiting to see what happens in front, or whether he can make an opportunity for himself, because it's 3 Mercs against one another. And he goes to the outside of Marsani, tries to get the undercut here, but loses traction on the acceleration zone.
Yeah, he does, and that doesn't allow him the opportunity to get through. He's going to have to build up the chance again. And, well, it's one of those where you build up a move for maybe half a lap, maybe a full lap, maybe even longer, and then it fails, and you're demotivated, but you still have to go again because you know that you're in a great position to try and make your way through. Chasing now down the main straight, having a slight look to the inside, but nothing doing at the moment for Luke Wallace. But that is a very open gap, as now the windscreen wipers are coming back on. Is it raining out there on the Magny-Cours circuit?
That's just the spray that's still being kicked up from the cars in front, just to get a clearer field of vision. But Luke Wallace, oh, this is going through Gulf and heading into Adelaide. You can see there is some standing water still on the circuit. Oh, and this could be very, very close. Wallace to the outside. They've got the second place 149 Team Heusingveld LMP3 that's sort of spoiling their party, so to speak. And look at the front end of Lars Vetzig's car. Oh no! Marzani into a spin! He just about holds on.
Just about holds on to Sandro Marzani, but he is going to drop so far back from that pack, it's not even funny, and he is going to drop all the way to 6th, while the fight for third and the fight for second continues on. It has opened up the opportunity for them to build the gap to 1.3 seconds to the car in behind, but still Vetzig holds this position ahead of Wallace. But for how much longer? Wallace again to the inside, jinking back in at the very last second, trying to force a defensive manoeuvre out of Vetzig, because that's a car in the wall. I believe that was in the foreground. Not sure who that was, but yeah, we will continue on with this fight for P2 in the GT3 Pros now. That safety car really has spiced up this race, and Vetzig now does hold the position, but the Hyperion racing car looking so much faster. Is it an opportunity down the straight? Did they get a better exit out of the chicane? I'm inclined to say no, and that is certainly the way it looks. Vetzig holds on for now.
Yeah, Wallace breathing down the back of his neck, quite literally, is again through into Estoril. They've got an LMP2 or an LMP3 car, right behind them at the moment. So what's Wallace going to do here? This is the run down to Adelaide. They've got the LMP3 car trying to go towards them, and Vetzig, oh well, Wallace goes late on the brakes, throws the old Slim Shady round the outside. Vetzig gets the traction out of the turn 5 right-hand hairpin and leaves Wallace in his dirt, so to speak. But again, Wallace able to gather himself up. You know, he was trying to do what he could to try and close that gap up and go to the inside line, but Vetzig now has to watch himself as Leon Bing now sets the new fastest lap of the race on lap 90. 1 minute 30.858, the only LMP2 car in this race to go sub 1 minute 31. And here comes Wallace again on Vetzig. He got really, really up close and personal into the braking zone. Did the number 244 from Hyperion Racing. This battle for P2 in this particular class, in the GT3 Pro class, is not over by a damn long sight, and we've still got an hour and 20 left on the clock. But look at Team Heusingveld. Petriozello is closing on in, so could make it a 3-horse race for P2, as GT Dynamics' very own Ross Booth is 6.2 seconds up the road.
He is, so that's an opportunity that has been opened up for them, and well, now it's second place that's being scrapped over. The GT Dynamics car has been able to eke out that gap, and now Hyperion, closer than ever, is going to have a look to the inside and is going to commit to the move. Is the German SimRacing Red going to have enough of traction off the exit to pull ahead? No, he's not. And the Hyperion is going to get the position for now, but the straight line speed of the 267 is going to push them to remain alongside, but in the end they had to succumb the position into the chicane. It was not where they would have wanted to be side by side, and in the end there may well be another position that they may well lose. This is the team Heisingfeld who's going to go through as well. So the German SimRacing Red going from second to fourth in the space of about 4 corners.
Yeah, that just goes to show how quickly things can change. It was just the matter of fact of when Luke Wallace was going to pull the trigger and make the move stick, and that's exactly what he needed to do on Lars Vetzi for German SimRacing Red. Meantime, Wallace has got company. Petroziello right with him in the BMW M4 GT3 Evo. Meantime, change for the lead. Leon Boeing, who we saw just a few moments ago, take the race lead. And he's lapping he's just done a 1:31.7. Alberto Garcia Blasco did do a quicker lap, but looks like the lap time, well, it was his best lap time of the race so far, 1:31.141. Leon Boeing did a 1:31.7, so lead has dropped by about 6/10 between the pair, but still pretty good racing up and down the order. And at the minute we still have north of, I think, 40 cars still competing, so there's plenty of skin left in this game. With an hour and 17 minutes to go, I think it'd be very, very difficult to call who may be the winner of this year's event, and that's this particular event of the series. And it's by no stretch of the imagination. Every single driver will have put in the wheel time, gotten on the sim, talked with their colleagues, find out what's going to work for them respectively best in terms of how do we compromise on the setup, how do we make sure that it's not going to cause us an issue and flag us down for some particular reason. And that's why a championship like this is a pretty solid example of just how arcade games were back in the days when they were first invented.
Yeah, it certainly is. We've got good fighting going on out here, and this is exactly the sort of racing we'd want to see. I think it's hard but fair, and at the moment Alberto Garcia Blasco is trying to stay within range, but Boeing just looks like he's got that pace just about to remain in ahead. Penalties updates, by the way, there's only been one since I last spoke about it, but there is a 5-second stop and hold for car number 391. So that is going to be the car that is 4th place in the GT3 AM standings at the moment. So that's unfortunate for them. And there you go, you can see it at the bottom of your screens right now. Henry Perala in the BP Racing number 2 will be coming into the pit lane to serve that stop-go at some point soon. I call it stop-go because of the F1 world, but it is a stop and hold, really, in the way that it's described here as now. There is a pit stop of Pechala in the LMP2 class. Is that a sign of things to come? We'll wait and see. Petrozelio is looking to the inside and is going to make the move on Wallace. That's a very, very aggressive maneuver, where it just looked like he was never ever going to back out and he was just going to wait for Wallace to move out the way, and indeed he did.
Yeah, I think it's at this point, with an hour and a quarter still left to run until the checkered flag, Petroziello throwing a bit more caution to the wind than everybody else in the GT3 Pro side of things, but bounces over that chicane, as does Wallace. And again, just how evenly matched these cars. Bearing in mind, folks, that the Mercedes, through the custom BOP that we have organised for the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship presented by Rdoks, is the fact that the cars are tested, and the Mercedes was the only one, I think, that got a decrease in power. Javier Berenguel, in the meantime, closing in on Lars Vetzi for position. Vetzi goes defensive into turn number 5. Berenguel to the outside, but a little bit of a hip check between the pair, I think. Berenguel needed to open up the steering to avoid any potential contact and holds on to 5th position as they go through one of the many chicanes here at Magny-Cours. And Berenguel again getting closer and closer to the back bumper of Vetzig for that 4th place. But at the moment, for the 202 from Fast Repair Motorsport, that's not going to help him at all, as I think we've had a few more people start to come into the pit lane. It looks to be Leon Boying that has just come into pit lane. So I wonder how long that stop is going to be, and if you can make a fuel tank in one of these Dallara P217s as he rejoins in what will be 4th place in the double O. But both him and Maximilian Meyer have done a really, really good job to keep that car on the straight and narrow all afternoon long.
Yeah, he will do, and well, it's been a decent race so far, just keeping it on the straight and narrows. Now that is going to be Blasco into the pit lane. He's going to respond to the pit stop on the last lap. Where is he going to get the opportunity to come out? This is where Boeing is on the circuit, as that's the fastest lap in for the Solpec Precision Racing team, and that's going to be a huge moment for the team in the lead of the race, as now they've got an opportunity to really try and extend it. O'Connor comes in too, as does Heredia, so that's the top 3 into the pit lane, and Sanders taking the lead of this race. Boeing currently in 4th. He's going to gain at least 2 positions, but where is he going to be in comparison to the current race leader, as that's going to be a 10-second stop go for the number 267. So the team that are currently holding 4th place in the GT3 Pro class. That's unfortunate for them to have it at this point in this stint. It's a real missed opportunity for them, I think, because they're in a very, very strong place.
Yeah, I'd agree with that one. So Henry Badala gets a 5-second penalty. Lars Vetzig a 10-second penalty. Stop and hold. Looks like there's a possibility of further things happening, as there are a couple of incidents that have been classed as no further action. So race control have looked over them, tried to slightly micromanage, if you will, in a way, and then just provide the information that's required to the people that need it the most.
Yeah, and of course, the stewards are doing a wonderful job at the moment of keeping it. Race controllers doing a great job of keeping it all under nick and doing it all relatively quickly as well. Sandro Massani here trying to take the outside line and trying to take the position off of the car that he's now alongside with. Is he going to be able to pull ahead? Not quite yet. Is he going to do the up and under? Well, he's going to pull alongside at least, so he's got half the job done, and he'll have the inside line into the next corner, but he won't crucially have the track position. That will go to the car he's racing against, but later on the brakes, he is going to pull through. Has he overdone it? Has he overcooked it? No, he's cooked it to perfection, and now he sets his sights on the driver in 3rd place as Javier Berenguel drops to 5th. And yeah, Sandro Massani with a very good move there is going to want to take that momentum through to race with the car that is just in front, as this is your leader of the LMP3 class. That is going to be Jan Sentkovsky, who's done such a good job. I mean, to eke out that gap not just once but twice, and now he is the overall leader of this race. So it's a huge chance to get the LMP3s in the limelight, and that's exactly what he's done. The 149 has gone longer on the stint, 34 seconds now ahead of Sigmund, and building that gap even. So he's got very much the pace over the cars that are in and spreading around the LMP3 field. And yeah, he's doing a very good job at the moment of holding that, as all of the LMP2s are coming into pit lane and are sorting themselves out. And well, it looks like Sanders leads by 7.2 seconds in the LMP2. Sentkovsky has that lead in the LMP3s. In the LMP4s, it's Booth by 11 seconds, and in the GT3 Pros even, it was Booth who leads, and then the GT3 AMs, it's Frank who leads. This is the fight for the final couple of podium positions. Vacig is currently holding P3 in the GT3 Pro class. but we'll see. For how much longer as Sandro Massani's on a charge?
And Betzich, no front bumper on that Mercedes. So, yeah, they're going to have to watch their six very, very carefully, because Javier Berenguel closing on in, and Heredia in the number 33 car has had a little bit of a spin. So that car that at one point was leading this race now finds itself in P4 overall, behind the number 25 of Pilaya. So that gap now with Heredia behind the wheel, Garcia Blasco handing the car over to someone who's a little bit fresher, ready, chomping at the bit to get in the car. So Heredia will bring the number 33 back home, but still again battles up and down the order. And Berenguel versus Marzani. This is for P2 on the road. Berenguel will have a better aerodynamic setup because he has actually got a front bumper on that thing in comparison with a Mercedes that uses the sheer grunt of the 6.3 litre naturally aspirated V8 mounted underneath the bonnet of that car. As they go hard onto the brakes once again, Berenguel, can he get the run out of the corner? Uses the curbing, and the car wanting to wheel spin a little bit as he rotates the car through the corner. And yeah, that is a good, probably what, 4 to 5 tenths of a second accidentally lost through that particular point on the circuit here.
Yeah, and when you're in such a close fight, that 4 or 5 tenths of a second could be absolutely crucial. Yes, over the course of the whole race, it didn't have that big of a deal. But when you're in the position that you're in right now, with the cars around you that are around you right now, it is a huge loss. And that's not what they want to be seeing at this point in time. But I'm sure they'll be able to overcome it and will continue to fight, as now it's about gaining that time back, but not worrying about it too much. Because if you worry about it too much, then that can put you in a whole other world of trouble, as that is going to be the race control just running through the incidents. And speaking of incidents, the number 4 has just picked up another drive-through penalty. So the O'Connor's day goes from bad to worse, as the Hyperion Racing SRR, which currently finds itself in 6th overall and 5th place in the class, is now going to have to, he's going to have to serve a drive-through penalty. So that's really going to cost him, and it was because of a pit lane infringement. So it's kind of like the race director saying, you didn't do this properly, so we're going to make you do it again.
So they say once bitten, twice shy, Joe. Berenguel trying to close on in once again. And this time he dives to the inside of, it's Marzani. And once more, you can just see how hard these drivers are pushing. Whether it be the LMP2s, whether it be the LMP3s, whether it be the GT3 Pros or the GT3 AMs, as you rightly said a little bit earlier on, Joe, that it's about getting these cars to the finish line, and more to the point, well, Julian Eichenlaub for Jens Brothers competition in the number 394 Aston Martin that runs P2 in class and is trailing the I think that is Norbert Frank in the Magny-Cours Racing White 379 car. Now, bearing in mind that 321 have led the majority of the GT3 AM classification, and that car a little bit further back than we would probably have seen. So, and that car is now currently P6 in the GT3 AM classification. So what started as a really good race kind of echoes the racing spirit of a Le Mans effort in GT3s at this year's 24 Hours of Le Mans. The car qualified 17th in the LMGT3 classification, then got to the race lead, and then the car started developing a little bit of an engine drama. Now, God forbid we don't want any of that kind of thing happening to our drivers here at the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship. But Eichenlaub last time around 137 4.52 now goes even quicker with a 1:37.064. So Aishin starting to really push the limit of adhesion in the number 394. And that is the other of the car. Well, that's the Magny-Cours Racing White Ferrari 296 GT3. Of course, mid-engine turbocharged V6. And that gap is now starting to close. It's 1.8 seconds. Julian Eichenlaub tasked with bringing the 394 Jens Brothers competition V8 Vantage closer and closer to Norbert Frank, who leads in the 379 Ferrari, as we are 63 minutes to go. Possibly a total by our overall race leaders will be over 150 plus laps by the time we hit the checkered flag.
So many laps to complete around the Magny-Cours circuit, but would that be a record for a race around Magny-Cours? I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to have a look, but it certainly will be pushing it with just over an hour to go. We still have lots of laps to be completed around here. The lap times have been hanging around for the quickest cars, the 131s, in the 130s and the 32s. So it's been hanging around the 1 minute 30 odd times that they've been setting. So it's not like it's a particularly long lap time that they've been completing, and I think the safety cars have actually slowed it down as the leader of the LMP3s has pitted. Senkovsky has dived into the pit lane. Now, of course, he was the overall leader, so we'll see where he ends up coming out. The two Team Heischgewelde cars were in the lead of the overall race, but we'll see, as that's going to be minor contact responsibility for the 248. It's a stop-go, 5 seconds worth for Petroziello in the second place in the GT3 Pro class.
Yeah, that was basically for having no right to the inside of the corner and spinning around Javier Berenguel by pushing Sandro Marsani wide. So that is not going to be not play for the month, really, with regards to race control. Once again, we have to say a big thank you to all of the team behind the scenes for bringing what has been a fascinating couple of races for the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship. You can see the flames bolt their way out of the twin exhaust pipes of the Ferrari 296 GT3. But still, to give credit where credit is due here, Joe, because Jens Brothers Competition's Julian Eichenlaub is closing in. Norbert Frank has got to try and make the back end of that Ferrari as wide as humanly possible. Oh, there was a little look to the inside, and the door has been opened. Door has been opened ever so slightly by Norbert Frank, and that's going to give possibly the opportunity to Eichenlaub to get through, as the sister Jens Brothers Competition car from Leon Boying, I think, has just made it through too. So some good results from British Machinery. Once again, Norbert Frank going wheel to wheel once more. It's not what he's going to want to have.
A good fight going on at the moment for the lead of the GT3 AMS between Norbert Frank, who we are watching on board with the Magny-Cours Racing white car, just ahead of Julian Eichenlaub in the Jens Brothers competition car. They are they're not split by much at the top of this class, and again, it's potentially another missed opportunity for the Jens Brothers competition team in terms of the fight for the leads of the race. It's just been unfortunate for them to see them fall down after leads that they'd eked out early on, but now the Magny-Cours Racing white car is, of course, in the lead of this little scrap, so they'll continue down to the main straight, but it looks like they might well switch. That's a great run out of the final corner from Ekenlaub, and he's going to pull alongside. Is it going to be ahead? He's just about going to run over the grass, but it is going to be ahead. Can this involve the car in behind as well, who's seeking an opportunity? Not quite. It's a very clean move for the Jens Brothers Competitions cars, and obviously the car behind is not on this lap, so they are not racing for position on the circuit. But either way, they've just swapped for position. The car behind applying pressure, and so the Magny Racing white car has to stay behind and actually has to allow them through in the end because they're coming through to lap.
Yeah, and oh, hang on a second, it's Huizinga versus Huizinga again. It's 149 now being the arrestor against 148 as they go through the chicane. Jan Senkowski closing in on Fabian Siegmann, and they were the two that were battling a little bit earlier on. Siegmann has put a car between himself and Senkowski, which is the 379 of Magny Racing White, but again, you just have to wonder how much of this musical chairs antics can these two that are leading 1-2 in the Netherlands. But I mean, again, it just goes to show that some drivers are really going to push like crazy.
You'd imagine they're going to push like crazy, especially when, I mean, it's coming towards the last hour of this session, and well, the more that the closer they get to the end of the race, the more they're going to push, as the two Huizinga even cars are so close together on the circuit still. There's only 1.1 separating them, and that's because of lap traffic. It's going to come under a second once again once they make their way through, which they duly do, and it's actually just over 1 second, as this is now, well, the fight's back on for third place. It's the Firefly iRacing red car, which we've seen quite a bit of. Sandro Marsani, he's ahead of Javier Berenguel in the Fast Repair GT3 at 202. And, well, the last place on the podium is getting contested. Berenguel going a bit quicker through that corner, and so expected a little bit of a quicker maintained direction through the corners, but instead it was the case that the car ahead just braked early, so wasn't able to seek the opportunity to get the run out of the corner, and actually hampered their progress as a result. The gap between them now stands at about 0.5 of a second, and well, they will remain locked in battle. I think Berenguel, another driver who's had a lot of action to deal with today. I think it's been O'Connor and Berenguel and potentially Marsani, the three most active drivers on this circuit, and this time it's Javier Berenguel attacking rather than having to defend. That's the situation he finds himself in, the number 202 Fast Repair Motorsport car, who he's done a decent job today, I think it's fair to say. I mean, if you're in the top four, regardless, you're doing a good job, and that's exactly where he finds himself, so he's doing a good job. The Jens Brothers Competition car finds its way into the pit lane. Julian Ekenlaub did make the overtake for the lead of the race, but has actually made the decision to come, or the lead of the GT3 AMS at least, but he's actually made the decision to come back into the pit lane, and well, he's going to pit for what I would imagine is the final time, and well, 55 minutes left on the clock. We will see where these drivers end up stacking up, as I'd imagine it's one more pit stop for the majority of them. I think the GT3s, some of them will be able to stretch it, but this is where the safety car comes in from earlier on, where the pit stops were so weirdly timed for everybody that it was a real struggle to try and maximise the opportunity that you were given. Heading down towards the first corner, Berenguel is going to go through, and there's going to be a car on the exit of the pit lane that's not going to give them too much trouble. That will be the GT3 AM leader of the Jens Brothers Competition car, which is of course not the leader anymore, but will be trying to catch up to that Magny Racing White, hoping that there's one more pit stop left in the 379.
Yeah, it's also going to be down to when these last pit stops take place, and if you can get that big undercut on the opposition, it can make it worth your while. But we're now going to see, right, okay, stop and hold penalty for car 125, and that was Niklas Segerstale and that was for an unsignaled dive and then spinning 164. So that is the Havu Ligier JSP 320. That is now going to cop that penalty, I'm afraid. And that was the 164 they spun out, which was the Rdoks setup shop. 164, the pairing of Agelos Detos and Martijn Zeyerveld. So the 164 has been through the ringer. Ross Booth still leads and has a 13-second advantage over the 248 BMW of Sandro Petroziello in the M4 GT3 Evo. So, but the big thing is Maniti Racing White is finding that their lead is fast being destroyed a little bit here, because M&J Downforce for Dash in the number 311, they are closing that gap, and it's now less than a second. Make that 7.5 tenths. So Maniti Racing White might be hitting traffic right about now. Pit lane infringement, results of appeal, warning for car 4, that's Hyperion Racing LMP2. That was basically results of appeal, exiting the box. It is borderline 5 seconds. Please make a better effort to return to the fast lane. And there is Lucas Hofrichter all over the back of Norbert Frank, and this is the battle for the GT3 AM class lead. They're now on their 103rd lap, and it's about whether Hofrichter can pull the trigger, so to speak, and when can he get through on Norbert Frank. They've got the run down this long back straightaway, which will head them down into Adelaide at turn number 5, and the 311. Can Hofrichter send a little bit of a dummy to Norbert Frank? Well, no, not quite, because Norbert Frank was able to capitalise and keep ahead. The Ferrari gets the traction out of the exit of the corner, but now as soon as you go up the rev range in the Mustang, you get that additional bit of waft, that additional bit of grunt underneath it as they go through the chicane. And again, it is nip and tuck between the Ferrari and the Ford in this GT3 AM lead battle. And, well, Hofrichter lost a little bit of time there. The gap went up to 9 tenths for the briefest of moments.
It certainly did, and that allowed the opportunity for the Maniti Racing White to breathe for the first time in a while, because, of course, they had the pressure from the Jens Brothers competition car that ended up in the lead of the race. Then they locked back in to try and overtake, but now the opportunity is there for them to try and eke the gap back out. But the M&J Downforce for Dash team have managed to bring that gap just that little bit more down, so the pressure is still a little bit more on them as well they continue on. It's going to be a stop and go for car 125 for aggressive driving, and the pit lane infringement from the car number 4, I believe, has actually been reversed in the end. Indeed it has. The result of the appeal is that it is a warning for the number 4, so very lucky for the Hyperion, as now Hofrichter is hoping that the Maniti Racing White car is going to lose time, but I fear that they are not going to be, as there's another warning in there for the number 248, which is second place in the GT3 Pros. I say a warning, it's a drive-through penalty for minor contact responsibility for the team in second in GT3 Pros. At this point in the race, that could be absolutely devastating.
Yeah, it can be at that point. As you rightly said earlier on, I think in the first hour, if you get a penalty at this late stage of the race, that is now going to eliminate Team Heusingveld off the podium, and that is really going to hurt them in terms of the GT3 Pro classification. Meantime, Hofrichter still trying for an opportunity to get past Norbert Frank for the race lead in GT3, and we've got just under 50 minutes to go, and these drivers have been separated by less than half a second for at least the last 5 to 10 minutes, and it's a guessing game as to which one of these teams is going to come out on top and take the win.
It certainly is. It's very much a guessing game for this class at the very least. And of course, I mean, one penalty could swing the way that a team's race has gone. The High-Sync belt was second place, as the leader of that class actually is going to come into the pit lane. The 203 Dynamics car is going to come into the pit lane, so they are going to momentarily inherit the lead, but it will be short-lived because of that drive-through, and in fact they decide in the end not to take that glory and take that momentary victory of being first place. Instead, they have dived in, as Lucas Hofrichter has dived in on the inside line and has made the move on the Magny-Racing white car. That is huge for the number 311 that leads the race in the GT3 AM class for the first time. He's going to be able to hold on to it as well for the time being, as he's managed to eke out a 5/10 gap, and there's a car on the back of the Magny-Racing white car that's going to slow them. They're going to feel the pressure. They're going to try and move out of the way as quickly as they can, and that car behind isn't budging, which means that the pressure is even more off than before on Lucas Hofrichter, and he's now been able to eke out that gap to 0.8 of a second, so a huge moment in that race at the top of the GT3 Anfield that pretty much swings it in the opposite direction.
That just goes to show how quickly the tides can turn, and that has exactly been the case. I mean, let's not forget M&J Downforce for Dash did get a 20-second penalty earlier on today. So they've managed to use the sheer grunt of that Mustang. Oh, right, what on earth happened there with Ross O'Connor? Because he's down in 5th position now in the number 4 car. Of course, yes, they did have a warning. And it just goes to show us, hang on a second, Solpec Precision Racing, Graham Sanders has just pumped in the fastest lap of the race, a 1:30.681 on lap 111. Sanders is absolutely flying at the moment. Turner Schroll is got to be very, very careful at this point in time through the chicane here. That was right behind the 241. Firefly E-Racing, Philip Ecker, and he's got through. Turner Schroll chanced it, got the inside line, made it work, and Philip Ecker has been hung out to dry by a couple of LMP3 cars that have just gotten through on him.
Certainly has been. It's a huge moment. I think there's big moments coming at this point in this race, because everything now is going to influence the way that the end of your race goes. Yes, there is going to be drive-through penalties. There's going to be things that happen throughout the course of a race, but until the final hour, you never really know what's going to happen. Now that the grid has sort of been stacked up, any small mistake is going to be pounced on. Any small issue for yourself is going to be influential on your performance in this race, and as it stands, it very much looks like Philip Ecker is going to not be in the fight for that podium anymore. That would be a grave shame for him, as he's done so incredibly well to keep that fight up. And Turner Schroll now takes the mantle, takes the opportunity, and he's in 4th and wants to fight for that podium position up ahead, which doesn't seem too far out of the question. Not much seems far out of the question with the final hour approaching. We could still get, you never know, we could still get another safety car, which would completely flip this race on its head, and it would really tighten things up, as the leaders have just been able to eke out gaps again and again and again. If we get another safety car, those gaps are gone, and that is going to be their progress done, and them slightly demotivated, I think. So you never quite know what's going to happen. The final hour is always the most intriguing one. Of course it is, because the final hour ends off with a race victory rather than just another hour of racing. But the final hour is always the most intriguing part of an endurance race, and well, we are 3/4 of the way through this one now, round number 3 of the season, and it looks like we're going to have a very gripping ending.
Yeah, Ventislav Rajchinov now trying to close in on Philip Eckert. And again, Philip Ecker could be in big danger of losing 5th place in the GT3 Pro side of things, and he does get hampered because the LMP2 car that just flew past him, oh my goodness me, Rajchinov was all for, the back axle was bumping up and down over that final curb through the final chicane. He got the traction, but then lost it all of a sudden. Maybe the the wheels were trying to spin a little bit too much, and then as soon as the tyres hit the tarmac, he did not go as far forward as he would have liked. So on that particular occasion, as Philip Eckert now will find himself in a little bit of drama, Jeremy Barmett in the 287 Nürburgring Esports Klosterdal car, closing in on Danny Santo in the 204 Fast Repair Motorsport Lamborghini. This is the battle for P7 in the class. And Barmett to the inside and gets through. Nice neat move there in the Mustang. But Santo right back on his case as they've got another faster car approaching. Barmett's just got to hold on to it for the moment as they get through the chicane. And again, more clean moves happening as last set of pit stops starting to happen. Both Team Hoisingveld LMP3 cars in the pits with 43 minutes still to go.
Yeah, both diving in, 43 minutes to go, so it's going to be the final stretch. They're going to switch over potentially to the driver who's best suited for a sprint at the end of a race. That's who you get in for the last 45 minutes or so. You get in the best person to, like, arguably the quickest person, just to finish yourself off on a high, or you get the most consistent person if you're in a good position to just end off. It all develops over the first 3 hours of the race to influence the strategy in the fourth. Turner Schroll getting very close to the back there of the Fast Repair Motorsport car ahead, and will look to seek the opportunity on the exit of the corner. He will get the slipstream. Is he going to poke out to the outside line and try and make a move? Indeed he is, and he is going to be much later on the brakes. Is he going to be able to get the turn in though and the exit? Because of course it's a hairpin, and he's not quite going to. He's, I think, sort of ignored the fact that it's a hairpin, ignored the fact that you actually want to be in the better position on the exit of the corner, rather than being in the best position on the entry of the corner. And that's seen as fate sealed, unfortunately, and he remains in that position. He's going to have to go for it all over again, as well, no, he is going to pull it alongside again. They are completely matched on the timing boards. It is not quite over just yet. It did seal his fate, and in the end the Hyperion car is holding on to the position. And well, that was very, very good racing. Just very different approaches taken, and that was very good fun to watch.
Yeah, and whilst they've been battling away, Nicholas Hettinger back behind the wheel of the 248 Team Hoisingveld BMW M4 GT3 Evo. Oh, that was so late on the brakes. In the M4, he nearly tagged the right rear of Javier Berenguel in the 202 Fast Repair Motorsports Lamborghini Huracan GT3. And now this has allowed Turner Schroll to, in a way, get some distance. So now there looked to be a little bit of a moment there for Nicholas Hettinger. Not too sure if there might have been a little bit of Mr. Netcode involved with that, or basically, but he got away with that one. Ventislav Rajchinov still trying to close in on Philip Eckert, and that gap is closing. Rajchinov has got a window of opportunity here, but that could fast close if he doesn't take the opportunity soon enough. Eckert on the flashers. Rajchinov about 3 car lengths behind, but under braking again. We're seeing that some drivers are able to use it, and there we go. Eckert nearly swiped off the front bumper of Rajchinov's Mercedes there, because the 281 was so deep on the brakes it caught Eckert out unawares.
Certainly did, and that's where communication comes into racing. And well, speaking of communication, we've been communicated to that the 244 has a 5-second stop-go penalty, which will surely see the end of any podium hopes with the Fast Repair Motorsport car right in behind. That is for minor contact responsibility in the GT3 Pro class. That is huge at this point in this race. With less than 40 minutes to go, there's still developments happening out on the circuit that are influencing the outcome of this race significantly. Eckert is side by side down the main straight, and well, he's actually going to drop the position into turn number 1. Is he going to have anything to fight back with? It doesn't quite look like it. No, he indeed doesn't. Philip Eckert moves down to 6th place, and well, he's going to try and fight that one back all over again. But for the moment, he has dropped down the position, and that will be slightly demoralising. Well, it's never nice to get overtaken, but when you get overtaken a couple of times, it just gets worse and worse. It compounds up, and at the moment, he'll be desperate to get back up, but hoping that he doesn't overcook it.
Yeah, I think one of the things he didn't want to do was to have that problem as Javier Berenguel battling away with Turner Schroll in the 244. And he was right with him. I mean, of course, the 244 now being piloted by Turner Schroll. It was Luke Wallace that got the penalty, but of course it affects the team as a whole, as Berenguel has to keep out of the way of that car that was in front of him that managed to get through. Nicholas Hettinger trying to close that gap. Now, of course, this will take... well, we've got a few more drivers now heading into the pit lane. Jens Brothers competition from LMP2, P2, now pits with just under 38 minutes to go. And this is where we get into that time of the race here, Joe, that you said about things could happen depending on who's behind the wheel of the car. If they've been behind it for over an hour and a half, over an hour, then that person is going to find lactic acid build up, not being their best friends, and also the mental fatigue of concentrating on what's going on. If you're in the GT3s, you're having to watch out for LMP3 and LMP2 faster traffic catching you up rather quickly and rather spiritedly around a tight circuit, and that is not an easy mountain to climb, so to speak, because you've got to have your head on a swivel.
You certainly do, and especially those who have been fighting all the way throughout their stints, pretty much, which has been, I mean, there's no shortage of drivers who have been fighting from minute one and will be fighting most likely until the very last minute of this race. So take, for example, the likes of, we're just having a look now, Javier Berenguel, who has been in so many fights throughout the course of this race. He will be so fatigued by the end of it, and he'll be hoping that it doesn't demonstrate too much in his driving, but he'll be making no promises at all about that one, because hey, you never know how fatigue is going to affect you. It affects everybody in such different ways. Sometimes it might even make a driver even better, just because they've gotten to the point where they're able to drive with their brain switched off, and well, they're able to. It's you sort of enter a flow state where you just become so unbelievably locked in that you're absolutely fine. As well, the leader of the race, the quickest car, Solbeck, has come into the pit lane, and he's going to make the switch. Comes out in third, so might not be in the fight for this lead today, but if they're able to really get it going, they've actually not come out in third. The Hyperion racing car is in third place. The Solbeck is going to come out in fourth, but the podium will still potentially be on with just over 1 second, or just over 2 seconds now, as they've actually gone back up to racing speeds, splitting set third and fourth place. There's still plenty of opportunities for them to have a fight heading into the final hour.
Yeah, well, we are 35 minutes away from the checkered flag here at round 3 of the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship, presented by Rdoks. So minor contact responsibility for car 248. That is the Team Hoisingveld BMW M4 GT3 Evo. So that is going to be that just goes to show how quickly things can change. It's been a fight back for Nürburgring Esports Klostertal, with Jeremy Baumert behind the wheel, and has got through on Philip Eckert from the 241 Firefly iRacing Red Mercedes crew. So as well, hang on, that's another car that's just dived into pit lane. So that was Havu in the number 25 with Ossi Peltola behind the wheel. So that car is in the pits. XPD Racing LMP2 in the pits. Hyperion Racing number 4 in pit lane. And that now promotes Solpek back to the race lead. Jens brother competition, 4.4 seconds. Now the race for the LMP2 victory in round 3 starts now.
It certainly does. The race is on here for the fight for the overall lead. Solpek does hold it 3.7 seconds ahead of the Jens brothers competition. As well, speaking of leaders, this is Graham Sanders who is in that car. You can see the distance between the top 2 cars is negligible. There's not much to go off of in terms of the difference between the two, and well, Graham will be hoping that he's going to be able to hold on to it, but Jens, with that momentum, they've been able to hold on to the pace for quite a while. In fact, they'll be hoping that fortunes may change, mistakes may be made. They pushed early in the stint, did Solpek, so maybe there could be a case to make that their tyres are going to be a little bit more off. 3.5 seconds split them. So there has been visible improvements, visible signs that they're gaining in, and now the gap is under 3 seconds. So Solpek here might well see traffic make Jens brothers be right in the fight.
Leon Boying now trying to close on in as he's got, I think that's the Maradness McLaren just in front, 370 through the final chicane, and now he's going to get the overspeed out of the final corner. Now the gap is around about 3.2 seconds. Last lap by Graham Sanders, 1:33.4. Leon Boeing, 1:31.8. That is a big amount of time taken out by the 00, and that gap now coming down to 3 seconds. The more time that Leon Boeing has in clear air, the quicker he is going to catch Graham Sanders. And then through turn 5 at Adelaide, you can see once again it's that back marker traffic that the minute that Graham Sanders catches it, he is the effective de facto guinea pig of how to measure the situation and expedite it as quickly as humanly possible. We are just under T-minus 2 minutes until the final half hour of this third of 6 rounds of the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship presented by Rdoks. Leon Boying, can he close a 3-second gap? It's down to 2.2. Graham Sanders is having to deal with that traffic, and that gap is being absolutely decimated because of the fact that Sanders is having to get past the traffic first, and then Boeing, as soon as he gets along to it, maybe that closes down a little bit more. Also, keep your eyes on the battle between our top 2 in GT3 AM. The 311 MJ downforce for Dash Ford Mustang with Lucas Hofrichter is finding that Julian Eichenlaub is closing in on him in the Jens Brothers competition, 394 Aston Martin, and bearing in mind that Eichenlaub was over 0.3 of a second quicker than Hofrichter last time around, and the gap now is 2.5 seconds and closing. Boeing now will be told by the team, keep it calm, keep it cool, wait for your opportunity to get through and make the move stick. And at the moment, well, that's exactly what he's having to do, because he's got no choice. He has to wait behind the back marker traffic. Oh, and who's that in the wall? Who was that in the wall? Oh, 244 in the wall. And I think, yeah, 244 Hyperion Racing. And I think that car, did they, well, and we've got a safety car. Safety car with 30 minutes to go. A lot of drivers are going to be breathing a big sigh of relief now here, Joe Black. But I don't think 244 is going to be flavour of the month with regards to race control, because that looked like that car went straight into the garage because there was no tow requested, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, they've given up at this point with half an hour left in the session, which is a shame, of course, but you can understand where they've had such a big issue, and it's kind of like a rage quit. So it's immature might be the wrong word for it, but it's something that some drivers do have the attitude towards, where they think, well, there's no point racing now, we've made that mistake, and that's going to cost us the race, so what's the point? So it's a shame that it's had to end that way for Iberian, but they have ended it that way. And well, all the penalties now will be converted to post-race penalties with 30 minutes left on the clock. So any penalties they'll pick up will, of course, be most likely transferred over to the next one. But yeah, we're going to get just a few more minutes of chilled time before the racing really lights up at the end.
Yeah, I think probably the word that I would say is, I think what you said about it saying rage quit, I think the word that I would probably use is probably it was inappropriate for the situation, let's say.
That's a better way of putting it.
Yeah, I think it was inappropriate because the thing is that there are regulations put in place. This is a professional league. This is why we have, you know, live stewarding and race control. And this is what a lot of leagues are doing now, where you are being policed, as in Big Brother is watching you, as in race control, and they will throw penalties at people if regulations have been circumvented. And that's just part and parcel of motorsport in general, be it virtual or be it in real life. There are a set of regulations that everyone has to abide by, and if an incident is deemed okay, needs to be investigated, yes, it will be investigated, and then obviously when they get to their conclusion, that will be that. But now, with 27.5 minutes to go, folks, the unpredictability of multi-class motorsport competition on iRacing comes to the fore. I mean, one of the things I can't believe is the fact that Solpec Precision Racing on lap 111 went and set a 1 minute 30.681, and Graham Sanders, he's had an absolutely mega stint in that Dallara P217.
Oh, he's dragged them back into the race. I really don't think there's any doubt in my mind about that. I mean, I believe he set the fastest lap, in fact, twice in the span of his stint at different points, 21 laps separating the two moments. So he's very much been impressive, and he's, as I say, he's dragged them back into it. They're now in control of the race, in control of the pace, and well, it's now their race to lose, I think, from this point, because, you know, they are in the provisional lead of this race. They have the Jens brothers competition, who, of course, it was at one point their race to lose. That one went out the window, but it's still very much on for a number of teams. Or maybe you could see someone like Havu, who haven't really held control over this race, suddenly come up to the top and suddenly be the team to beat. And I think there's still plenty of opportunities for all of those to really have a chance. And, you know, we've still got a while left in this race. We've still got about half an hour. The action that we're going to get over the next half an hour, I think, is going to be something stellar, because they all want to defend their positions. None of them really, of course, they don't want to drop out of the race, but it's one of those things where they're not going to be able to recover if they go for a rash move and have an incident. They would rather have a moment where they're going to wait. They've got a while. They can wait respectfully, and they can make the move respectfully, and that's exactly what I think they're going to be wanting to do, because it's a case of, one, covering your own back and not having a problem, as there's going to be a replay here. What's going to happen? This is the replay of the Turner-Schroll incident that saw him out of the race, and yeah, so many drives have done that before, and it's straight into the wall on the exit of the final corner. Bumper off, and safety car deployed.
So the counter ticks down. 24 and 3/4 minutes left, and we are under our fourth safety car of this enthralling, excitement encapsulating race here at Magny-Cours. And the good thing is, So we are going to have a replay of an earlier incident, and this is Manu Casanovas for Rdoks Esports, and oh dear, I think that was on 244 if I'm very much mistaken. The Hyperion car. Bit of a shame on that one, because Rdoks Esports at one point were leading GT3 Pro. I've lost count of the amount of lead changes we've had in that class so far today.
Oh yeah, all of the classes have been dramatic, to be fair. I think LMP3 has been the most dramatic in terms of moments and in terms of incidents where the driver has had a problem in the final corner. I think GT3 Pro, we've seen the lead change so many times. I think we've had a fascinating strategic battle in the LMP2 class, and I think in the GT3 AM it's just been really, really good racing. So I think whatever class you're invested in, if you're watching along, whatever class you're watching on to see today, you've been treated to an absolute delight, and we've still got them all to be decided heading into the final half an hour or so. It'll be under half an hour by the time that we get back to green flag racing. But yeah, it's been very much a great spectacle to watch, and well, it makes me already yearn for the next round in January, which I know is a significant amount of time off.
Well, at least it gives everyone the opportunity to have a little bit of a festive break over Christmas and New Year, and then be straight back out of the frying pan and into the fire, so to speak. But we have just under 23 minutes. This is our fourth safety car period of this round 3 here at Magny-Cours. But it is the case that, well, I have to give a shout out to our team at Race Control. They've had over 50 plus incidents to investigate. They are still hard at work, still looking at. There have been a few no further actions, which has meant that we haven't really needed to do anything about it. Right, some pit stops happening at this stage. So whether teams might have thought, you know what, let's just top up the tank and get enough fuel, so at least we don't have, so we've got like a couple of laps window. But with this safety car period at this point here, Joe, we now have an opportunity where these drivers can save fuel, because whoever is in the car, their respective cars now, will be in until the checkered. And there is Lucas Hofrichter for M&J Downforce for Dash in the 311 Mustang that leads the way in GT3 AM. GT Dynamics leads your GT3 Pro field. Ross Booth behind the wheel, followed by Javier Berenguel in the 202. Fabian Sigman for Team Heusingveld in the 148 are just over 20 minutes away from picking up their third successive win of the season, and it's the number 62 Solpec Precision Racing Dallara P217, piloted by Graham Sanders. That is the de facto pace car, but he has got Jens Brothers Competitions Leon Boeing just behind him in the number 0 LMP2 Dallara, who've Ossi Peltola for Havu have got him behind the wheel in the number 25. And then it's Mark Heredia for XPD Racing LMP2 that round out the top 4 in the class, with Ross O'Connor. He's going to bring the number 4 Hyperion Racing LMP2 car to the checkered. So 3 hours and 40 minutes completed. We're into the final 20 as the waiver rounds start to occur. There's Otto Hittala for BP Racing, the Finnish crew. Of course, they've got one car competing in this class, and they've also got the sister car down, I think, in GT3 AM, which is currently P4 at the moment. That's got Tommy Kallio Kujala behind the wheel of that car. He's done some pretty good work has this man here, but that car is a little bit further back than it would want to be in comparison with Maniti Racing White in the 379, who are rounding out the top 3 in GT3 AM, as now the wave rounds continue, and it looks like a traffic jam on the M25 on a Friday night when everyone's trying to get home.
Yeah, it certainly does. As somebody who frequents that road quite a lot, it certainly does. But yeah, it's going to be very, very good, I think, towards the end of this race, because they are, and like we could equate this to the M25 again. They are very frustrated, as you would be as an M25 driver, just full stop, because you're having to drive on the M25. They will be very frustrated. They'll be desperate to get going, and once they get going, the driving won't necessarily be the quickest that they're capable of, but what it will be is it will be full of fervour, I think would be the correct word. They're going to be just going right to the very end of this race and very much pushing the entire way through, I think is the way that I would describe it, and that's the way that I drive down the M25. So
yeah. Spoken like a true pro on that front, my friend. Yeah, with the amount of times I've had trips down the M25, it is like sometimes it can be a bit of a free-for-all, especially when they close 2 lanes off for highway maintenance and there's no one there. Yeah. You know, it's just one of those things. But it's now about that final dash to the line, and we've still got the safety car lights on, so the wave rounds are still carrying on as we speak, as Graham Sanders in the number 62 Solpec Precision Racing car leads the way, as we are on lap 126 of the race here at second of our Magny-Cours for round 3, and it will be the Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli. That will be our next venue, and that will be the 4 hours of Misano. That will be on the full Grand Prix circuit layout, and that is going to have one hell of a fast corner at the top part of the circuit, called Corvone. And these drivers now will have to start getting themselves settled and ready to go racing for the last few moments. Safety car lights are off, so we will be back to green with about 16 or so minutes left to go, and it is the run to the checkered. Endurance racing, people say, well, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. Yeah, it's a marathon that feels like a sprint, folks, and that is why you see 24-hour races. They might be twice around the clock, but everyone is pushing more than 100% every single time, depending on what their role is. And it's an exhausting trial for everybody involved, whether it's organisers, commentators, broadcasters, teams, drivers, engineers, you name it. Everyone gets put through the ringer, literally and figuratively, every single time. But the Porsche pace car has got a very, very close Solpec Precision Racing number 62. Dallara P217 in the hands of Graham Sanders, as we now are very, very shortly about to go back to green. 15.5 minutes left on the timer. The LMP2 field starting to weave from side to side to get some well-needed degrees of temperature into those tyres, and that is going to be crucial, because now it is to the line very shortly that we will be racing as we head into the final complex. Pace car in as we get ready, as Graham Sanders will dictate how things will go as we go green, and we're underway for the final 15 minutes here at Circuit Nevada de Magny-Cours, here at round 3 of the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship presented by Rdoks. And Graham Sanders has just lost it! He's backwards into the barriers! Sanders from the race lead on the restart! It has gone from 0 to 0 through at turn 3 at Estoril, and the car is so badly damaged, rear wing asunder, engine cover goes off, as now it's going to be... It's now time for GT3s to roar into life, but Graham Sanders has the biggest drama, I think, of the season so far. With 15 minutes to go, he loses the back end out of turn 3, and that is game over for Solpec Precision Racing for the victory in LMP2 as GT3, Javier Berenguel going 2 wheels onto the wet grass. It kicks up some spray into the upper atmosphere, and it's all for themselves right now.
Certainly is. What a huge moment in this championship, of course. It's all about now not making mistakes, and that is a critical error. As now looking further down at that GT3 Pro field, Javier Berenguel trying to hold on to that podium for how much longer is he going to be able to hold on to it? We will wait and see. That's a driver going wide in the foreground of your screens. It's all kicking off here on the safety car restart. We knew it would be carnage. We knew it would be drama, and that's exactly what we've got. Jeremy Bomer going for, I believe, this will be the lead of this class. It indeed is the lead of the class, and they fought for 4 whole hours only for it to be decided by a final lap skirmish. This is absolutely huge for this race, and wow, this scrap is just so good. They're split by less than 1/10 of a second, less than half of 1/10 of a second, and later on the brakes for Bomer, he's through, and the GT3 Pro class has a new leader.
This could not be the only possible change, because at the end of it all, well, Ross O'Connor has just found himself. Now let's have a look at the replay. On board with Graham Sanders, the back end steps out, he can't keep a hold of it, and it goes backwards into the barriers, and bang, game over for 62. Meantime, well, Nürburgring Esports, they were all the way down in about 8th position, but Bomer versus Booth, that was a great move by the 287 Mustang to retake the lead, as we have 12 minutes until the checkered flag. Meantime, GT3 AM, the gap between first and second, M&J downforce for Dash versus Jens Brothers competition, and here comes Reichenov in the number 281 negative delta by SimGear.it Mercedes AMG, closing it on the 202 Javier Berenguel. But, well, Ross Booth trying to do what he can to get back onto battleground terms with Jeremy Bomer, but at the moment the GT Dynamics 203 Mercedes-Benz has got a car in between themselves and the GT3 Pro class leaders. And let's just see. I'm wondering if that... I think it's the Jens Brothers now. I'm not too sure if it was the 394 or the 321. It might be the 394 as Miguel Vigo. Rdoks set up shot 162. He's now behind the wheel of the car that is now right on the rear of the 149 Team Heusingfeld LMP3 car. So Miguel Vigo, if you know Geodesic Racing, he's one of the team that originally, one of the members of that crew that originally set them up. And good to have Miguel racing as the final driver in the 162. As Reichenov closes in again on Berenguel. That gap is closing ever still. Oh, wipers are on the 394 Jens Brothers competition car. So maybe he's getting a lot of spray hitting the front windscreen. Hyperion Racing on lap 1:29 just set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:30.633. As ladies and gentlemen, 10 minutes until the checkered, and now Jens Brothers Competition's Leon Boeing ahead by just under 2 seconds in front of XPD Racing. Havu running out your top 3 in LMP2. Ossi Peltor, and he's going for the move for second. Is Peltola is going to go for the move up the inside. Is it going to be contact between the pair? Peltola to the inside, not quite. Heradia flings the car with reckless joie de vivre, and there is Ross O'Connor. He's trying to catch up with him as well. So this could be a 3-horse race for P2. Leon Boeing is away and clear by 2.5 seconds, and now it's those scrapping over the what's remaining on the dinner table, as we've got Ventislav Rajchinov closing in once again on Javier Berenguel. This is the battle for P3 in GT3 Pro. Can the Mercedes make a move on the Lamborghini? To the outside goes the 281 through the hairpin. He's not going to get the traction down, but he might get a bit more overspeed as he slots in behind the Raging Bull from St. Agata Bolognese. And at this point, Rajchinov still has 8.5 minutes to go. Beltola still has a chance to get past Heredia. O'Connor also throwing caution to the wind, and he is not that far behind. He's 6/10 off of Beltola at the minute, who is catching Mark Luna Heredia in the XPD racing car. Meantime, Nicholas Hettinger closing in on Manu Casanovas in the Ionissus Esports 229, and Hettinger with a head full of steam in the 248 Heusingveld BMW M4 GT3 Evo is right to the wheel tracks of one of Faltabas' finest.
Yes, and he is looking very, very racy at this point in time. As we switch back, this is for P2 in the LMP3 class. Vigo going very wide, trying to sweep in, and in the end take the inside, but he actually ran just a little bit too far wide, so wasn't able to take the opportunity, and so remains in exactly where he is for now, and actually lost a decent chunk of time. So the position, excuse me, for the Heusingveld team for now at least is safe, but Hettinger, he's certainly not making it a safe position, and well, the outside line does beckon, and this looks like it may well be a move that is on, as third place is over. That's a switchback. Can he make it stick? He looks to the inside and he holds the inside. They remain neck and neck, but it looks like he may well have the run, but no, the straight line speed of the Mercedes he's fighting has just about been enough to keep them ahead. Hettinger is forced to go on for another attempted overtake. It'll be 3 attempted, almost successful overtakes, and it's yet another, as the action does not stop here. Ossi Baldola on the outside line, getting squeezed out. There's a car on his inside as well that he's got to be careful about, and well, they remain side by side. This action is just, it's unstoppable at this point in this race, as are all of these drivers. 6 minutes and 30 seconds left in the session, and we still don't know basically any position out on this circuit.
No, at the moment, Jens Brothers competition in the LMP2 class seemed to be away and clear. Same with Team Heusingveld, the 148 in the LMP3s. Ossi Baltola throwing everything, including the kitchen sink at Mark Heredia, and to his outside, tries to go Ross O'Connor. Baltola with the undercut. Can he make it through? It's going to be wheel to wheel between the pair. Shades of Mansell set her back in 1991 in Formula One. And Baltola gets through. O'Connor dives to the inside. There's contact between third and fourth. And O'Connor's still there. He gets it around the outside of the final corner. Heavens to Betsy, what on earth is going on here? And Andrea Arnaboli is also there, and he touches the left rear, going through into Grand Courbe, but hangs on. And now with that, Otto Hittala from BP Racing has an outside shot at a top 4 finish with 5 minutes and 20 to go. You cannot script this race. 4 safety car periods, and now with 5 minutes to go, as Hettinger up the inside of Casanovas, and they're in contact. Hettinger pitched into a slight spin, and he loses 5th position to the man from Ionissus Esports. Hittala is still trying, all guns blazing. Lars Vetzig now closing in on Nicholas Hettinger for 6th position. My goodness, what a flurry to conclude what will be the halfway point of this season here at Magny-Cours. It has been nothing if not magnificent racing all the way through. 4 safety car periods. Arnaboli still closing in on XPD Racing's Mark Heradia. And Annaboli tried to get the inside line in the 88. He might get a little bit of overspeed here. He's not late enough on the brakes. But he can get the run through if he gets it teed up nicely through the final chicane. Just about. But XPD's Mark Heradia continues to hold on to 4th position for the meantime. And that has allowed Ross O'Connor from Hyperion Racing to get away into the distance. And Hettinger versus Casanovas is not done yet.
Certainly not done yet. They still are intent on fighting each other to the very end of this race. And Osis Esports ahead of Team Heusinkveld, the 229 ahead of the 248. That is a huge send in the top right corner of your screens. And that is a driver around in the fight at the top of the LMP3s. Mark Luna Heradia in the XPD Racing LMP2 EMIX has just been thrown out of contention right at the very death. That is an unfortunate incident, and that means that it's just 2 cars fighting for P2 now. Miguel Vigo is fighting away with Jan Sentkovsky. The Rdoks setup shot 162. The Rdoks have barely been shown all race long, and now they are very much in the fight for it. 3 wide in the top right corner of your screens, as that's a replay of this fight that we've just seen. And well, Miguel Vigo hoping to retake the position, but the Heusinkveld cars were so very quick in the early stints that it's now a fight from the back foot for the Rdoks setup shot 162 to remain in the fight and to get right back ahead. But with 2 minutes 42 left in the session, the time is running out for him to make the move and for Nicholas to make P5.
GT3 AM, however, is getting hot and heated at the front end of it. Lucas Hofrichter being closed in on by the 394 Aston Martin of Jens Brothers competition. And there you see Eichenlaub not that far. He's about a car length and a half behind. Hettinger ducks out from behind the rear bumper of Casanovas as they go through turn 5 at Adelaide. And the BMW unable to cope with the straight line speed of the 229 Ionesis Esports Mercedes-Benz AMG Evo as they go through the chicane at Imola. And Ross O'Connor is going to try for 2nd position. Oh, they make contact, him and Peltola. And O'Connor gets through at Imola. Great move by the Hyperion Racing car. That has now given Jens Brothers competition, pairing of Maximilian Meyer and Leon Boeing, a 7.1 second advantage. They've cleared off into the distance. The win is pretty much guaranteed going to be theirs as Johannes Thalper to the inside and gets through. That was on Jukka for Rusty Spatulas, and that means the TSR Racing 144 LMP3 car makes it up to P5. But what could you say about this last few moments of this race? Oh, there's a car around, that's an Aston Martin. Don't tell me that's Julian Eichenlaub for Jens Brothers competition in GT3 AM. It's game over for the 394. BP Racing 2 and Manisi Racing White round out the top 3. And let's see, is it that curb? Is it that curb? Yes, it is. It's the exit curb on the chicane. And Eichenlaub smacks the barriers with the right side of the Aston Martin as Hettinger to the inside of Casanovas. Is he going to get the overrun on the Mercedes-Benz? It's going to be a right-hander coming up very, very shortly, I'm sure. Hettinger will be later on the brakes through the chicane at Imola. He makes contact! They're both off into the gravel!
Wow, just right at the end, right at the death, 4 hours of racing, and it comes to a close with them off of the circuit. All the hard work they've done has just been undone at a huge, huge moment. But Leon Boeing, he has driven such an impeccable race. And, well, he's managed to eke out, after that safety car in the last 10 minutes, 6.8 seconds. And it'll go up to 7 as the final lap is underway. Drama here in the SimRacing Republic. And we are going to come right to the end of it as the drama is not over yet. Nicholas Hettinger is fighting, but Leon Boeing is going to come across the line to win in the Jens Brothers competition car. They had the lead at the start. It was succumbed off them with the safety cars, but they ended up taking it. A surprise second for Ross O'Connor. A huge, huge moment for him. And Hitala in third place in the BP racing car. Then the victor in the LMP3 class, Fabian Segman. He's going to take it, and it's a 1-2 for Team Heisinkwelt in the LMP3 class. You can see how tight it was at the end by how many cars are coming to the line. Hofrichter is still he's going to take the victory in the GT3 AMS, and he's done an incredible job in that race. And it will be the GT3 Pros, the last ones, I think, to come across the line. It will be Jeremy Bomer with a huge, huge move to take the lead. An unlikely victory for Nürburgring Esports, but he's just a couple of corners away from sealing it, and he will come across the line most likely to take that victory, unless any final corner shenanigans like we've had so many times throughout the course of this race. The GT Dynamics car is closing, but not by much. It's 3.2 the gap, and yeah, it's not going to be closed down in any way, shape or form enough to really launch an attack into the final few corners. But Nürburgring Esports and Jeremy Bomer, they've earned this one. They've fought back from being completely down and under, and he is going to take victory in the GT3 Pros. Wow, 4 hours of racing and the SimRacing Sports Car Championship presented by Rdoks. Round number 3 of the season is delivered.
On every single front. 4 safety car periods and 4 worthy class winners. Leon Boeing and Maximilian Meyer, gratuliere for the 2 German pilots at the front end of the field. They win by nearly 7 seconds after 136 laps of the Circuit Naval de Magny-Cours. Jeremy Boemert takes the win in GT3 AM. How's about that for a surprise? Tommy Kaloyula takes P2 for BP Racing 2. Marvin Bear for Maniti Racing, and Lucas Hofrichter for the M&J Downforce for Dash. 2 Mustangs winning both classes in GT3, and what's more, the 148 of Team Heisinkwelt continue their unbeaten run in the LMP3 class. Winners at Portimao, winners at Barcelona, make that 3rd time's the charm with a 3rd victory here at Magny-Cours. That last 15 minutes there, Joe, personified what you want to see, the end of an endurance race, battling right up until the checkered flag. It didn't matter about the position, but pride was definitely a factor in the way that some of those battles ended up concluding.
Yeah, and I mentioned this before, those fights weren't just fierce, they were clean as well, because they were going to always be clean, because then they don't want to lose much at the end. There was only one moment where a driver went off and the incident was fully cost, but other than that, it was an absolutely unbelievable, impeccable end of this race. Alex, do you want to run us through the results in the LMP2 class?
Jens Brothers competition take the win for round number 3, and that means we have 3 different winners in LMP2. They win after 136 laps, head of Hyperion Racing by nearly 7 seconds. BP Racing in 3rd, Havu in 4th, Absolute Motorsport Acelith in 5th, XPD Racing LMP2 on the receiving end of a turnaround in the latter stages means that they would finish in 6th head of Fast Repair Motorsport, Nürburgring Esports, Solpec Precision Racing and Fury Simsport unfortunately retiring very early in the race. Next up, LMP3s, over to you for that one, Joe.
Yes, and well, it was a very good fight, a very good race of attrition for the LMP3s, and it was the Team Heisinkwelt 148 that beat out the Team Heisinkwelt number 149 to the race victory. The Rdoks setup shop 162 ended up in 3rd place, in the Echelon Sim Sport 129 in 4th. They were the only teams on the lead lap, with TSR Racing in 5th, Rusty Spatulas in 6th, Bunkersaws, who were of course on pole, but came through a lot of attrition to only finish 2 laps down in 7th. Effect Simulations, SC Corsa and Rdoks set up shot 164 to round out the LMP3 field. And in fact, round out the LMP3 field top 10, because who can forget Havu, who finished 9 laps off the lead.
Next up, we go to GT3 Pro, and well, it was a topsy-turvy race for Nürburgring Esports in the 287 with the Mustang coming out on top. GT Dynamics in the 203 Mercedes had led the field for majority of the race, but ended up 3.6 seconds shy of the victory here in GT3 Pro. Fast Repair Motorsport 202 pole sitters, an early few penalties, but they came back fighting, round out the podium. Head of Negative Delta by SimGear.it. German SimRacing Red ran out the top 5 ahead of Ligier's Vibe Sports Red. Inosis Esports and Team Heusingfeld, well, they were definitely exchanging more than paint. Come the last few moments, end up 7th and 8th respectively, ahead of Fast Repair Motorsport 204. Maniti Racing Black round out the top 10. Big list in GT3 Pro as we head over to page number 2. Fury Sim Sports, Stint 1 Motorsport SCC, Hyperion Racing, 100 Force, Solpec Precision Racing, and FRIC Sim Racing round out your 16 strong field in GT3 Pros. And last but by certainly no means least, GT3 AMS.
And it was M&J Downforce for Dash who took the victory. BP Racing number 2 down in second place, a whole lap off. Maniti Racing White in third, and Jens Brothers Competition in fourth. Muradnus M Squad in 5th place, and then the other Jens Brothers Competition, the 394 beating out the 321 in 4th and 6th respectively. The Maniti Racing Purple Car finished in 7th, and the Finnish Endurance Academy finishes off our grid. And I believe we get the opportunity for Alex to have a chat with Maximilian Meyer.
Yeah. So, Max, firstly, congratulations to you and Leon. That was a hell of a race. 4 safety car periods, but you guys timed the restarts every single time to perfection and win by the best part of nearly 7 seconds. How are you guys feeling right now?
Thank you very much, guys. Wow, what a long race. No idea how we won that. I don't know. That was such a chaotic race. But yeah, starting from pole, I think it was pretty crucial that we could control the race until I think very late in the race when Leon had a little mistake on one of the restarts and we lost the lead there. But yeah, luckily at the end it all went right for us. But yeah, unfortunate end for Graham, I must say. He didn't deserve to crash like that. He did also a great race.
Yeah, I mean, you and Leon Boeing, a fantastic job by the pair of you. I mean, obviously, it got a bit close for comfort in those last 15 minutes. I mean, we saw that going through turn 3, Graham just had a big old snap of oversteer, and it was one of those moments where you don't wish that to happen to anybody at all. But, you know, we were seeing Solpec really bring the fight to you guys. I mean, obviously Havu, XBD until they got turned around in the latter stages. This race, I think, is a pretty fitting way to close out the first half of the season. Wouldn't you agree, Max?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we didn't have the greatest start to the year, we must say, but after a second place finish last time out in Spain, now the win is just incredible. What a way to go to the Christmas holidays.
Definitely, and that makes you guys the 3rd different winners in the LMP2 side of things. WSR Esports, then XBD, and now you guys taking the top spot here. Congratulations to you and the team. Before we let you go, is there anyone that you and Leon would like to thank?
Yeah, 100% we have to thank Kimon Zappini. He didn't have time to race today, unfortunately, but he helped us a lot, especially on the setup side. The car drove fantastic today, was such a dream to drive, especially through traffic. Yeah, so a great shout out to him. He deserves to win as well.
Brilliant. Well, Max, congratulations. We hope you all have a good Christmas and New Year at Jens Brothers Competition. We look forward to seeing you guys in January for round 4 at Misano.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Well, that really wraps up our coverage on what has been an explosive and exciting third round of the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship, presented by Rdoks. And a big thank you to the team behind the scenes, joining myself, of course, Joe, Christian, and Dougie. And you know what, folks? There's still plenty of racing still to come up in the coming days and months here on the Global Sim Racing channel, of course. Our next show will be tomorrow at 15:45 UTC, 10:45 Eastern, as the Majors Series Europe region goes to Suzuka for its 12th round. Then we got Classic Lotus Grand Prix at Mexico City. The Porsche Owners Club head to Silverstone, and then MX5 United on Tuesday the 18th head to Sebring in Florida. Thank you so much for your company over the last few hours, but our next race for the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship, presented by Rdoks, will head to the famed Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli, just off the Adriatic coast in Rimini in Italy, on the 10th of January 2026, starting at 14:25 UTC and 9:25 AM Eastern. Until next time, race hard, race fair, and when in doubt, well, you better go flat out. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.
This is iRacing.
Every time you hit the track, every millisecond matters. Trust, confidence, speed. Built for every corner, every track. Built for you. Rdoks, only quality setups.